the Deputy President and Ministers, the National Police Commissioner, the Military Command, and the heads of the intelligence services. You've been one of the architects of our Constitution. Little did we know then that one day, in your capacity of as President, you will be called upon to account to one of the constitutional bodies, the South African Human Rights Commission. You are doing so today as someone who respects your constitutional obligations for all South Africans to see. At the same time, you will be the first President to appear before the South African Human Rights Commission. Mr. President, the members of the hearing panel are myself, Andre Gaum, and Commissioners Pelile and Tuli to my left, and Commissioner Chris Nissen to my right. The evidence leading team are Advocate Lloyd Lotz to your right, Mr. Buang Jones, and Advocate Ranshu Moraka. Before we give you the opportunity to make an opening statement, I have to ask you, Mr. President, whether you are willing to take the oath or want to affirm the truth of your evidence. You willing to take the oath? Thank you. Mr. President, do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience? Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you very much. You may proceed with your opening statement.
Chairperson, I take this opportunity to thank you for welcoming me to this hearing. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to address the Human Rights Commission. Much as you say, I'm the very first President of the Republic to appear before the Human Rights Commission. I must say that I do that with a great deal of constitutional adherence pleasure, that we should prove and demonstrate that no one amongst us in South Africa is above the law, nor above any constitutional institutions that have been set up in accordance with our Constitution. And it is in this regard that my accountability to our Constitution, to our people, manifests in the way that I have agreed to come here to give evidence in person about the events that your commission is investigating, but also to give an account to the people of South Africa about some of the aspects which have been addressed by a number of other people, both ordinary South Africans, people representing various organizations, non-governmental and otherwise, as well as ministers, premiers, and various other people. So mine is to, in a way, add to the voices that have already appeared before you. But I also want to thank the South African Human Rights Commission for its decision to conduct these investigative hearings. For 1 week and 1 day in July in 2021, as a nation, we stared into the heart of darkness. We watched in horror as parts of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng were engulfed in violence, looting and destruction and death. We saw scenes of homes being ransacked and destroyed, and shops, and businesses, and warehouses being looted and torched, and of people being beaten and humiliated. We felt uncertain and fearful for ourselves, our loved ones, and our country. We felt the greatest sense of betrayal that there were some amongst us who would go so far as to plot to destroy this very country we had spent the past 28 years to build. As I said in my address to the nation on Friday, the 16th of July, 2021, the events of the past week were nothing less than a deliberate, coordinated, and well-planned attack on our democracy, intended to cripple the economy, cause social instability, and severely weaken or even dislodge the democratic state. We are still struggling to come to terms with the cost. There is the economic cost of well over 50 billion rand that was wiped off our economy, and to the livelihoods of those who looked on helplessly as their businesses were damaged or destroyed. There is a cost to the families of those who lost their loved ones so tragically, and those who were injured. And of course, the other cost that impacts on the livelihoods of our people is the almost 2 million people who lost their jobs as the businesses were destroyed and were made unable to operate. We are grateful to those who have testified in these hearings. A number of them displayed a great deal of courage and bravery to come before this commission and detail their experiences and what they saw. As government, we are taking decisive steps to ensure that such events do not happen again, and that those who were behind them are brought to justice. Chairperson, what is also hard for us to come to terms with is how those behind the unrest cynically took advantage of society's most vulnerable to further their aims. As I said in my address to the nation on the 16th of July of last year, using the pretext of political grievance, those behind these acts have sought to provoke a popular insurrection. They have sought to exploit the social and economic conditions under which many South Africans live, conditions of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and those conditions that were worsened since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. And they did this to provoke ordinary citizens and criminal networks to engage in opportunistic acts of looting. The chaos was used as a smokescreen to carry out economic sabotage, like attacks on commercial trucks carrying goods and food to various shops and places, the raiding and torching of shopping malls, factories and warehouses, and the blocking of roads and highways vital to economic activity in our country. We've heard from media monitoring and data analysis agencies these hearings how instigators led well-orchestrated campaigns on social media to inflame even racial tensions, spread fake news, and disseminate misinformation. But try as they might, they did not turn us against each other. To the contrary, South Africans came together as never before. As has been the case so many times in the past, the people of South Africa showed that they love their country dearly, and will always stand united against threats to its security. I will confine myself in this opening statement to a few observations. Firstly, what were the causes of the unrest? Secondly, how did government respond to the unrest? And thirdly, what remedial measures are being taken to prevent a recurrence of these events? On the first question, there is broad agreement that there were several contributing factors. The fundamental cause of the unrest was a deliberate decision by certain individuals to instigate, coordinate, and incite widespread destruction of property, violence, and looting. The identity of these individuals and the motives for their actions are the subject of ongoing investigations and legal proceedings. The socio-economic conditions in the country played a role in the causes of the unrest. The fact that so many South Africans remain unemployed and economically inactive, the fact that poverty is so widespread in our country, and that inequality is still a major challenge in our society. This could explain why so many ordinary South Africans would participate in the looting, risking arrest, injury, and in some cases even death. There were likely criminal elements stoking the flames in the seemingly well-organized targeting of factories, warehouses, and shopping malls, but also in the violence that broke out between certain communities in KwaZulu-Natal. The second question I would like to address is the response of the state to the unrest. We have acknowledged that as government, we were poorly prepared for an orchestrated campaign of public violence, destruction, and sabotage of this nature. In my address on Friday the 16th, July 2021, I said, while we commend the brave actions of our security forces on the ground, we must admit that we did not have the capabilities and the plans in place to respond swiftly and decisively. What this country experienced was not a popular uprising of the poor, as the peddlers of misinformation sought to characterize it at the time. It was not the building over of discontent, or bubbling over of discontent rather, over an allegedly legitimate political grievance. It was an attempted insurrection. That economic infrastructure was targeted in the manner that it was, shows clearly that the intention was to bring our economy to its knees and thereby destabilize our economy and democracy. Regardless of their intent, it was a situation for which we were ill prepared, and in fact, we were not prepared for. While there had been intelligence reports about the possibility of instability, neither the security forces nor the government more broadly anticipated the nature, the extent, and the ferocity of these events. This was a failing that we acknowledge and which we are hard at work to address. It is also principally a failing that I also acknowledge. On the 5th of August 2021, I appointed an expert panel to lead a thorough and critical review of our preparedness and the shortcomings in our response. The members of the panel were Professor Sandy Africa as the chairperson, Advocate Mujangu Gumbi, and Mr. Slumko Sokupa. The panel submitted their report, which has become known as the Africa Report, in December 2021. It details the response of the various state entities to the unrest and identifies several weaknesses and shortcomings. It further provides specific recommendations on the remedial action to safeguard the integrity, the security, and the stability of the country. The Africa Report is in the public domain and has been submitted to the Human Rights Commission. Its findings and recommendations have been accepted by government, so I will not dwell on the matters covered in the report. This brings me to the third question I wish to address, namely the remedial measures we have taken and continue to undertake to strengthen and prepare our security services. To deal with the problems that impacted our state of readiness and response to the July unrest, government has taken certain decisions regarding the intelligence services and the police. The work of strengthening the capacity of the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, the JCPS cluster, is ongoing. We have begun the process, Chairperson, of filling vacancies that were vacant in the State Security Agency. This was also identified in the Mufamadi report. We will be promulgating regulations that will require the intelligence structures to provide intelligence to the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, NICOC, so that intelligence is shared and used properly and timeously by relevant structures. We will be ensuring that the NSC meets at least every 2 months without fail. The staffing and training of the public order policing will be brought to the appropriate level. The National Minister of Police as well as the South African Police Service will be required to submit an updated report of the status and functionality of community policing forums to the National Security Council at its next meeting. Yesterday, the 31st of March, I announced the appointment of a new National Commissioner of Police to bring stability to the South African Police Service. This was done as the past National Commissioner of Police time had, by agreement, terminated yesterday. As part of our work to stabilize the country's intelligence services, last month I appointed Ms. Tembisile Majola as the new Permanent Director General of State Security Agency. We have also re-established regular intelligence briefing for the President, and there are also briefings that will be taking place henceforth to premiers. There will be consequence management on conclusion of all investigations currently underway, looking into the wrongdoing within law enforcement and intelligence services that was also identified in the Mufamadi report. One of the learnings from the unrest of July is that we need to rethink the role of the private security industry, particularly as this relates to the support to the South African Police Service. We are prioritizing the development of a national security strategy, which is one of the recommendations of the Africa Report. In doing so, we will ensure there is a rigorous and thorough process for consultation. Chairperson, allow me to conclude on a matter that the Commission has raised with me, and it is the statement that the Commission says has been raised as a complaint against me when I made a statement about the role of ethnic mobilization in fueling the unrest. More specifically, what I said in an address to the nation on the 11th of July 2021. In reference to what were then sporadic but increasingly violent protests, I said, it is a matter of concern to all South Africans that some of these acts of violence are based on ethnic mobilization. Continued, this must be condemned by all South Africans at all costs, as we are a nation committed to non-racialism, non-tribalism, that is underpinned by the diversity and unity of all the people of South Africa, whatever their language, their culture, their religious beliefs, and race. I understand why this statement was controversial, and I appreciate that it may have caused ill feeling to a number of people in our country. This statement was based on reports that I had received, social media posts and messages that appeared to be using ethnic and tribal chauvinism to encourage unrest. To the extent that this was happening, I condemned it. I further wish to remind the Commission that as information emerged indicating that this was not, in fact, a prominent factor propelling the unrest, I acknowledge this, and I did so timeously. In my address to the nation a day later on Monday, the 12th of July 2021, I said, at the beginning of this unrest, there may have been some people who sought to agitate for violence and disorder along ethnic lines. We know that the majority of our people have, out of principle, refused to be mobilized along these lines. However, what we are witnessing now are opportunistic acts of criminality, with groups of people instigating chaos merely as a cover for looting and theft. The following day, this address, I had a meeting with interfaith leaders where I said, in some areas there were also suggestions of ethnic mobilization, although it seems to be accepted that this was limited. Later in the week, I visited areas affected by the unrest, where I made it clear that the evidence that was emerging did not support the position taken earlier. I was clear, and I will be categorical again here today. The majority of our people have, out of principle, refused to be mobilized along these lines. The question in the minds of many will then be, on what basis did I make that assertion? Like many South Africans, Chairperson, I'm a viewer, I'm a listener, and I'm a reader of various mediums, social media, newspapers, you name it. Like millions of South Africans, I also followed the many conversations, watched the video clips, and listened to the audio recordings being disseminated. The conversations and hashtags in circulation at the time saying things like, hashtag Cyril must resign, or hashtag Cyril must go, are all expressions of what is enshrined in our Constitution and speaking to the right to free speech. And that is just normal, and as leaders like myself need and ought to accept that this is par for the course. It allows people to have free speech and express themselves in whatever way they want to. So when they say to a leader, you must go, you take it in your stride, because people have the right to express themselves. But Chairperson, like millions of South Africans, I have bitter memories of our past, where tribalism and ethnic chauvinism was used to promote hatred and to divide. It is a time I never wish that we should ever see recurring in our country. That is why being showed conversations saying things like, ivenda alime kancane thina abantu bangempela sisalungisa izindaba zethu. Statements such as thina angeke sibuswe ngevenda. For me, that went beyond being personally hurtful. That is also why hearing testimony on day 4 of these hearings by, and I hate to mention a name, but just to make the point, by Miss Melanie Venus, the CEO of the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber of Business, about graffiti sprayed across a truck in Pietermaritzburg, depicting words such as Ramaphosa must go back to Venda, hit a particular nerve. These words gave me cause for concern that tribalism, something the founders of the organization that I lead, the African National Congress, sought to obliterate from the South African political and social landscape. In fact, some of the founding leaders said, we must kill the demon of tribalism and emerge as one nation. Now, I feared that as one read all these statements, and as one saw them on graffiti and places like that, that this was tribalism rearing its head. Of course, it has been proven that this sentiment was and is not shared by the majority of South Africans. And we should be grateful for that. And I'm eternally grateful for that. This is something that I have acknowledged repeatedly and will do so here again. What I do not agree with, however, is the allegation made in complaints received by this commission that what I said could have led to the escalation of violence and looting. A proper reading of my statements over those days, the chronology of when they were made, and an examination of the events that took place clearly show this cannot be plausible. Notwithstanding this shortcoming of the state's response and culpability for the violence and destruction, this level of mobilization must lie with those who planned them and carried them. What emerges most clearly from this terrible chapter, Chairperson, is the determination of South African people to resist efforts to tear our country apart. It was our people who peacefully and within the law worked to restore calm and protect lives and property and infrastructure. The assault on our democracy failed because people of our country would not allow it. We must take action on the lessons that we have learned by strengthening the capacity for our law enforcement and other agencies to deal with any acts of this nature. We have already taken steps to do so, and further actions will follow. This is what the South African people deserve. This is what those who lost their lives in the tragic events of July 2021 also deserve. It is my hope, Chairperson, that these hearings will enable the country to move forward with confidence and hope, and that as a society we realize that we must do everything within our means to ensure that the events of July 2021 are never allowed to happen ever again. I'd like to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for those introductory remarks. And if those remarks can also just be made available to panel and the evidence leaders, that would indeed be appreciated. So I understand that as far as the evidence leading team is concerned, Advocate Lloyd Lodge will start with questioning. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you very much to the panel, Chairperson, and good morning again to the panel and of course to the President. Before I begin, Chairperson, I'd just like to admit the President's bundle into evidence, and we shall also collate the opening statements of the President once shared to the bundle. I believe that the bundle has also been placed before you, and it has 9 parts to it. And of course, in those 9 parts, key to that would be the President's sworn statement in part number 4. And of course, we had also attached other statements, in fact 2, which was the statement of the Minister of Police, because it's relevant. And of course, the sworn statements of the former Minister of State Security. And the third one, the former Minister of Defense, in relation to some of the questions that we'll be asking. We had also added the high-level review panel that the President made reference to in his opening as well. Just like to admit that, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a file we received this morning, I think. Yes, so that is admitted as evidence.
Thank you very much. Just a brief contextual note. As the President would be aware, and of course everyone is aware, that the Commission is established in terms of the Constitution and derives its powers and mandate from the Constitution and of course the South African Human Rights Act. This hearing, investigative hearing, was constituted in terms of that Act and of course derives its powers from the Act, and hence the terms of reference that were created in terms of us really getting to the bottom of inquiring on the causes of the July unrest, the causes of the racially motivated attacks and killings in the country, and the causes of the apparent lapses in law enforcement by state security, particularly the SAPs, and of course the role of private security and the socio-economic, spatial and political factors. We've heard, Chairperson, time and time again during these hearings, how the July unrest was unprecedented. And of course, even in the expert panel, or the Africa report, there were conclusions made about these, or this unrest being the most expensive in the history of South Africa. And of course, this is equally true to the cost of human rights, beginning with over 350 people that died as a direct result of the unrest. And of course, we also know that the majority of those who lost their lives were black and poor. Many were young. And we also did note that the youngest victim was 12 years old. And of course, this is sobering in that we recorded that the death toll of the unrest was actually 6 times that of the 1960 Sharpeville massacre that we commemorated last week during Human Rights Day. And of course, it's important because of as the President has put it as well, in as far as the cost of life, which is quite significant. Now, as I conclude my contextual note, it was against this background, including what the President highlighted in terms of unemployment, inequality, poverty, that the Commission decided to actually establish these hearings in the terms of reference that I alluded to. And of course, this was both in terms of the unrest itself as well as the impact of the unrest on human rights. And I'd like to highlight that. And we've heard testimony across the spectrum from civil society, victims, different ministries, business, academics, scholars, and the like. As guided by our constitutional mandate, in as far as this hearing is concerned, and what we seek to do this morning, Chairperson, we also acknowledge the President's welcome and endorsement of the Unrest hearing investigation last year. So what we will do, as I conclude on that note, is to highlight the roadmap of our evidence this morning, and that evidence to the President that we will question the President on will cover a variety of themes. And these themes are briefly on the expert panel report or the Africa report, and we'll make reference to the sworn affidavit of the President as well. We'll then traverse across the themes of the police, defense, state security, the social economic impact and racial violence, the NPA and justice, and of course then we'll conclude with the role of the Commission and the recommendations. And perhaps lastly, again, because the President mentioned this and addressed this eloquently in as far as the complaints that were laid with the Commission. These, of course, were specific complaints that were laid with the Commission and were also dealt with in terms of our complaints handling procedures. And it was, of course, appropriate, given that we're having this hearing, for those complaints to be brought to the fore. And we will, of course, as you've addressed them, there may be one or two points to raise about them. Chairperson, I will then proceed to begin with my questions. Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to angikubingelele futhi Mhlonishwa. I would like to proceed to move to your affidavit in part 4 of the bundle. Thank you. As a way of beginning, Mr. President, I'd like to just highlight perhaps your opening in paragraph 1 of your affidavit, where you provide, and I will not read the entire paragraph, perhaps I should. You say, I am the President of the Republic of South Africa, I am the head of state, and the head of the National Executive in terms of Section 38A of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. Now, it's common cause, Mr. President, that as head of state, you're also the commander-in-chief, you are the head of the cabinet, but we also acknowledge that you are the leader of the ruling party. Perhaps a quick question would be, how do you traverse this relationship that you have with yourself in these different roles and different hats that you hold? Particularly in as far as that relationship, speaking to that paragraph 1 that you are the head of state. At the same time, you are head of cabinet, the executive. You are also commander-in-chief. And of course, you are the head of the African National Congress. Thank you.
Quite a number of roles, I'm sure you will have noticed. As the president, indeed, I'm the head of state. And being head of state, I'm therefore responsible for, as set out in the Constitution, for a number of tasks that are given rise to by that Constitution as the leader of the nation and the state. But as you know, the state is made up of a number of other components that are independent, our judiciary and our parliament. And there are a whole number of other components as well, but those stand out as the key outstanding ones. But I'm also head of the National Executive, which is the cabinet, which I lead. And you're absolutely right, one of my tasks as head of state is that of being commander-in-chief of the armed forces or security forces of our country. My leadership of the governing party is a separate matter, which is separate, that speaks to the separateness, if I can use such a term, of party and state, because party plays a particular role, as in the case of the party I lead is the governing party. So that should be put separately. And I guess what we are largely here about is my role as president, head of state, head of the national executive, which is cabinet, and commander-in-chief of the security forces of the country. It's rather than having a number of balls in the air all the time, as one plays all these roles, but they are all collectively combined and in a way indivisible as well, apart from that of being the head of the governing party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. In your affidavit as well, perhaps if you could just proceed to move to, because you've addressed the other aspect, I will not deal with it in as far as the description of ethnic mobilization. It may also come back later, as my colleagues will also address other issues. Paragraph 6 of your affidavit talks to the Africa report that you mentioned in your opening address as well. And perhaps I'd just like a view from you in as far as, and I'll come back to the paragraph itself. What was actually identified by, because you shared it with us, it was also made public and we've seen the report. Crucial to the work of the Commission is the distinguishability, or we can distinguish the work of the Commission in as far as this hearing is concerned to that of the expert panel that was appointed by yourself. And we noted that even in the panel report or the expert report or the Africa report itself, it was highlighted that there were some shortcomings in as far as that report is concerned, such as the panel had no subpoena powers, it had limited time frames, and it did not hold public hearings as we do. And of course, the evidence team, we've looked at that report, and we will also look at the findings and recommendations. Perhaps a view from you in as far as the utility of the report, because I think you made mention of some of the things that you're implementing as government. And perhaps it would be important for us to just get a sense from you as president as to what utility, with the shortcomings, and we'll get to some aspects of the report shortly, what utility, in your view, very briefly, you found in as far as this report is concerned?
Thank you. The use value of the Africa report is that much as we didn't have sufficient time, we didn't have subpoena powers, we didn't have the type of, I would say, public hearings like you are having, was that we had brought together a team of people who were well versed in the security field, in the intelligence field, and in the legal field, who in many ways had a measure of experience in all these areas and were able to look at what had happened in July and the shortcomings, with the benefit of either having had the experience themselves in their previous lives or knowing exactly what the full architecture of the various aspects of the security complex should be all about. And what they have come up with is what I believe should be able to complement the work of the Human Rights Commission. You are a statutory body, and you have powers of subpoena, and where they might have had a shortcoming, you would be able to complement that. They have identified areas of weakness, and they've come up with very useful recommendations on what we need to do. They have seen gaps in a number of areas, which, as you say, we will go into in a little while. So I found their intervention most useful, and the reason I appointed that panel was that we wanted something very quickly that would immediately demonstrate to us what had happened, why it had happened, and what we needed to do to forestall that happening ever again. I pondered for quite a while whether we needed to set up a commission of inquiry. And I decided against that because commissions being what they are, the processes are elongated and they take too long even to come up with outcomes, as they are often thorough and as they often go deeper and deeper. So we thought that, as I expected, there would be other inquiries. More specifically, I did somehow know that the Human Rights Commission would want to conduct an inquiry as the rights of a number of people had been violated. So for me, it was a welcome intervention on the part of the Human Rights Commission, but I saw it as complementary to what the panel was working on and has finally come up with. Having done so, and you say what was the utility or the use value, having come up with their report and recommendations, I believe they have now enabled us to embark on a much firmer and stronger journey, which we needed to embark upon. Not that the gaps were not evident, but we've now been able to do so with a measure of determination as we are now proceeding to implement both the Mufamadi report, as you will come to that, I guess, as well as this one. And indeed, let me immediately postulate into the future that when the Human Rights Commission also comes out with its own report, whatever the recommendations would be, they will also add up to the number of proposals that need to be taken forward. So I saw and I see their report as being very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps I had mentioned that, perhaps earlier when I asked the question, that what I was looking at was covered in paragraph 6 of your affidavit, and it goes on to paragraph 8 as well. You don't need to go through it, because those two paragraphs in particular, you highlight the significance of the report, although in fact you also highlight some of the shortcomings that the report has identified. And we'll traverse a few of those just now, but you also link that to our terms of reference, which I thought was quite interesting. And perhaps as I move to looking into the issue around policing, because I think you covered aspects of it in your opening as well. Section 205(3) of the Constitution eloquently provides that the object or objects of the police service are to prevent, combat and investigate crime, and to maintain public order, to protect and to secure inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law. I know that Mr. President knows that very well. And I'd like to dovetail that statement or that quotation from the Constitution with a question that goes into the issue of leadership within the police service. I know you've touched a bit on it. We've heard evidence, and some of this has also been out in the media, and some of the evidence we heard was about the instability in the leadership of the police service, and of course, the relationship between the former commissioner and the Minister of Police, which was said to have contributed or was a contributing factor to the inadequate response of the state to the unrest. However, we've also had evidence of the structural failings within the police. Noting that you have acted in the way you've acted, as we heard you yesterday, we now know that we have a new police commissioner or national police commissioner. However, the structural issues, perhaps as identified and flagged, perhaps remain. Issues of underspending, lack of capacity, lack of training, poor coordination. Very briefly, Mr. President, because I'm going to take you to specific aspects, but very, very briefly, what is, and of course perhaps this question is already answered by what the action that you've taken yesterday, and what you said today, but what other long-term or medium to long-term actions is the President going to take to seek to address some of these long-standing structural failings or issues or challenges in SAPS?
Thank you. The Africa report correctly highlights the challenges that were identified, some of which led to some of the causes of unrest in the way that we were not able to handle them as well as we should have. And it does so in a pointed way, and in a way that I found most useful. But also having raised those challenges, to then point us to working immediately on solutions. And what were some of those? Failure to fill posts, vacancies. There were too many vacancies. Posts in positions that should have been filled, that should have been most effective. They highlight, for instance, in the crime intelligence, failures such as the public order policing not having reached the levels that were anticipated, too much centralization of the public order policing division, if you like, where they were all just located in one area and were not able to respond quickly to events that would happen in other parts of the world, or of the country rather. Gaps in training, and also gaps in coordination, proper coordination even within the structure itself. And ensuring that there's sharing of information, that information of, say, intelligence nature is properly shared amongst those various arms that are meant to deal with the matters of security. And of course, the other problem, Chairperson, was that over the years there's been a hollowing out of really good and capable people. And we cannot discount the period of state capture and the impact that it had in hollowing out and in denuding our state of really capable people, some who left as a result of either being pushed out and some who left in exasperation. So all that just continued to weaken the various components of our security establishment. Now, that having been identified by the Africa report has immediately given rise to what needs to be done. And your question is, I think, saying, what is it that would need to be done? Of course, we need to have a proper synchronization of the relationship between the National Commissioner of Police and the Minister of Police, because when the two work well together, then it behoves well for the police service as a whole. Secondly, that there should be a very clear national security strategy that will speak to what needs to be done, and obviously that needs to be approved and debated and also given the green light at the National Security Council. And of course that there should be coordination, very good coordination. And once we have a system and an architecture, the security establishment that is well structured, well managed, well led, and well coordinated, I think the other things fall into place, such as you correctly say what the Constitution says, to prevent crime, to get the people of South Africa to feel safe, to deal with crime, and to ensure that there's rule of law in the country. So all that then becomes so much more better. And I think, Chairperson, the value of the Africa report, much as it comes after a really horrendous and devastating event like the July unrest, begins to point us in the right direction. And I believe some of the things that are also in the Mufamadi report. And in anticipation, I also believe that the recommendations that will come from the Human Rights Commission will also be very useful. You may recall that we've made a very clear and definitive commitment and start. In the State of the Nation address, we focused on the issue of security and what now needs to be done going forward. So we are focusing on all this and the various actions that we've been taking, putting the right people in the right places, people who are fit for purpose in the right places, like with did yesterday with the new Commissioner of Police. It's going to lift the capability of that structure of our security arm, and we will begin to see real results as coordination also is strengthened. But of course, as I ended with the announcement yesterday, we will also be looking to how us, the people of South Africa, give support to not only the new commissioner, but to the police themselves. There's been a de-linking and a disjuncture between the people and the police, and one of the tasks that he has as the new leader of the police is to make sure that the police are trusted, that people have confidence in the police, and our people feel that they should go to the police whenever they have problems and troubles. And so that reconnection of that relationship between the police and our people is going to be, in my view, reinvigorated, not only by his sheer presence, but also by the various measures that we've now started to take and will continue to take going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I can help you with this one.
It's now on. Thank you very much for that. I think you've covered some aspects that I wanted to refer to. Perhaps I should, just for the sake of completeness. In the panel, in fact, in your statement, you did attach the Africa report as an annexure. And I'd just like to take you to page 133 of the Africa report. Page 133, which covers paragraphs 7.2 to 6. And this, of course, is findings which are related to some of what we sort of dealt with or traversed in as far as the police failings. I think that you covered a bit. And I'll just read very quickly. Paragraph 7.26 starts off to say, and I quote, "The differences in opinion between the Minister of Police and the National Commissioner about whether the police did enough to present the violence shows that there is no agreement on the capacity of SAPS at the very top. This is of great concern." And the reason why I'm zooming into that, I think, in fact, Minister Cele, when he gave testimony, in fact, even in his affidavit, he did highlight some of the challenges within top management of SAPS, which also perhaps led to some of the critical information and intelligence, as he called it, not having being received by him. And why I'm zooming into that, and we appreciate the fact that there's now a new national commissioner. Perhaps the question related to that finding of the expert panel report, and we could even link it to even perhaps the recommendations, and I think you've answered an aspect of that. But how do you build, as the president, how do you build this confidence within the members of SAPS? Because they're the ones, the members in blue, they are on the ground. We heard some beautiful, positive stories and information about the positive role that majority of SAPS members played. Perhaps the question is, how are you as the president going to ensure that such a key finding, a concern raised by the minister, you now have a new incumbent, how do we ensure that there is this synchronization that you called? Because I think it's quite important so that the entire SAPS runs like an old machine, basically.
Thank you. Clearly, the Africa report identified a problem, here, and that manifested itself in the way that the minister and the commissioner are not working well together. And I guess going forward, and as it should be in every government structure or department, is that the ministers have an oversight role, play an oversight role, ensure that one policy is formulated, policy is implemented, and that your functionaries, who are your directors general, and in this case it would be the police commissioner, are the operational people who must then execute and implement policy as given by cabinet through the minister. And once that relationship is well calibrated, then it makes for peace, it makes for good performance, and that also makes for better outcomes. And I think once there are challenges in the way that that relationship manifests itself, you do have problems. So what we want to see as we move on is that the police must do their work, and the minister must actively play the oversight role to make sure that, one, the work is done, the policies are being implemented, and that there are good outcomes. Where the outcomes are not in place, of course, the minister is the one who must pull everyone into order and say, we are not seeing the outcomes, because his role or her role is that of being an oversight person. So we will be ensuring that that relationship is well structured, it's well calibrated, as to give rise to those types of outcomes. I'm confident that we will be embarking on that type of trajectory.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Perhaps linked to what you've just said now, and I'm glad you raised it, because it was put to even the minister when he was here, as to whether his role is that of oversight or he's operational. And I think the point was whether or not there should be a crossover from one role to another. But linked to that, I think, and what came out quite clearly as well, if you look at paragraph 7.30 on page 134 of the Africa report, it goes on to say, the combination of poorly equipped police stations and inadequately trained police resulted in the police being overwhelmed and not being able to deploy sufficient and properly trained and equipped officers, backed by the necessary intelligence, to deal with that threat. You've partly addressed that in as far as what our government is doing, particularly in terms of training and so on. Perhaps a comment on that, especially in light of the issue of budgetary constraints and or what came through from the former Commissioner of Police, that the budget of the previous financial year was only signed off and or approved in August of last year, as opposed to earlier. And I think the issue there was police, perhaps during the time of the unrest, particularly crime intelligence, may not have had the relevant budget for them to be able to adequately operate. Your comment, please, Mr. President.
Thank you. When it comes to crime intelligence, yes, I think the budgetary approvals would have come at a time that was way beyond the normal time. But more broadly, as you allude to 7.30, and the combination of poorly equipped police stations This is a reality. For instance, when one inquired about the capacity of the police, even at the localized level, on things like one having personnel that are well versed and trained in public order policing, you found that they were not there at the police station. And consequently, they didn't have the equipment right there at the police station to be able to deal with situations of unrest, and that could have been challenging. And that just sort of exacerbated the situation. But of course, the budgetary constraints would play a key role in all this, because the absence of the resources did not make it easy for each of the police stations to have, one, the trained personnel, two, the equipment that they needed to have. And this resulted in the police, as said in the report, being hugely overwhelmed and not being able to deploy sufficient and properly trained and equipped officers. I mean, there is talk of, at one police station, I think it was in Soweto or Jabulani, the police station is just right across the shopping mall. And the police just stood and watched as this whole drama was unfolding, because they were incapacitated. They didn't have the wherewithal themselves to be able to ward off the hordes of people who were coming into the shopping mall. So we accept those types of shortcomings, and it's good that the Commission, or rather the Africa report, has highlighted these, and this immediately tells us that in the various reform process, as we strengthen the police service, we should be able to deal with that. What we have done, and I did allude to that in the State of the Nation address, is that we are going to further capacitate the police and give them further funding so that they are able to address these resource shortcomings. Because the security of the people of South Africa should really be uppermost in our minds. So more and more we are going to be able to deploy more and more resources, and that is why in the resource area we're going to now train, and the first horde of people to be trained is going in today. The 12,000, and moving on, more and more of them will be trained. Public order policing is going to be focused on more resources for the various equipment that the police need to be ready for any occurrence. But then again, so that the unrest that we saw in July does not occur again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps as a follow-up on that, because I think the Minister, Mr. Cele, raised this issue as well, that you could have 1 million or over 1 million police officers or more. However, if there isn't a proper, well synchronized relationship between the police and the community, including your, and you touched on this a bit, including your community police forums, and to deal with that, as because I think it's quite a challenge. How do we, and I think that the timing is good, Mr. President, in that we have a new national commissioner. But as the president, and having seen, because this is also covered in the Africa report, how do you instill that confidence to South Africans in particular with regards to this turnaround that needs to be made, in as far as the police having a much better working relationship with the community and the role of the communities in supporting the police? Because Mr. Cele put it to an extent to say that, or the Minister of Police put it to say that, if you do not have the support of the community, you can have millions of police officers and still fail in addressing and dealing with crime. Your comment, please, Mr. President.
One of the issues that the Africa report addresses is the issue of building confidence between the people and the police and how we can take steps to do so. And one of the key ways of doing so is to resuscitate and strengthen the community policing forums. This is a structure that we have, and where these structures exist, they work extremely well, where people in the communities as leaders and various formations in the community are able to work with the police themselves. And this, in many ways, is one of the best structures, I think, that we are very unique to have in the world, because it prevents all manner of other undesirable initiatives such as vigilantism. Because if you have a community policing forum, vigilantes never really have the space to start mobilizing communities, because communities are well connected with the police and the work that police have to do. And the police themselves are keenly aware of the challenges that our people face, of criminality, of gender-based violence, and a whole range of things. So if every community has a community policing forum and the police themselves participate in it actively, then that behoves well for the police. Yesterday, when we appointed the new commissioner of police, I did address this issue, that one of the tasks that he is going to have is to strengthen, resuscitate community policing forums throughout the country, so that every locality in our country has a clear, if you like, strategy of dealing with criminality, where the police participate, where business people participate, where educators in schools, parents participate as governing bodies of schools, where just ordinary community leaders also participate. If we can get back to that, I am sure that we will be closing doors on criminality. And let me say, without elongating my answer, Chairperson, it is often found that people who engage in criminality are often known in the community. Thieves and robbers are often known to be members of the community, and if you go into communities, they will point them out. They will say, so-and-so is the one who did A, B, C, D. So-and-so broke into this school and stole computers. Even when it comes to gender-based violence, it is often known in communities who did what, who raped a woman or a girl, who killed a woman or a girl, and what this new invigorated way of dealing with criminality through community policing is going to do. It's going to enable us as a community, as South Africans, to deal more in a very connected way, in a collaborative as well as in a cooperative way with criminality. So with the leadership of the police being infused with this notion that we should reconnect with our people, I do believe that we'll be able to get rid of all these very undesirable institutions or structures that are set up. It will only happen if police and our people work together through policing, community forums.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's encouraging, and I'm not going to go deeper into it because it's covered in the Africa report. It's part of the recommendations, and you've embraced you've embraced those recommendations and you are beginning to implement them as well. In the interest of time, and of course my colleagues need to still traverse other aspects. There was, in fact, you highlighted this at the beginning, the challenges that we are facing in the country: poverty, inequality, unemployment. What we saw in the unrest, as the police were dealing with the criminality and so on, the looting and so on that happened, there was a decision. Perhaps we saw this sort of concerted action being implemented where some police were publicly destroying foodstuffs. Now, very briefly, if you saw that, and perhaps you did, you may have reflected on it, you may have a view, and I'm interested, or we are interested on your view as the state president, especially given that we have a quarter, or almost a quarter of the population experiencing food insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I saw some of those visions of how the police trying to execute the work and following up on those who had participated in all these events. And I was troubled when I saw how they were going like from house to house, searching, finding either bags of mealie meal, of rice, of oil, cooking oil and all that, and taking them out and even seeking to arrest some of the people. That troubled me a great deal. And much as something really terrible had happened when our people had been exposed to this temptation of going out to loot, I was not pleased at all as we saw poor people being visited by police, and the goods that may well have been taken from places being taken out and destroyed. I did then discuss this with the Minister of Police and said, this does not look good, and this does not lend itself well to just being able to deal with the issue of poor people. And we needed to weigh up precisely what it is we were seeking to do. Should we be going more after the instigators, or should we be going more after those who had just gone with the flow? But more particularly, should we be going out into the homes of poor people and taking out what they had either been given or they had collected or looted? So the answer to your question is that I was troubled by what I saw happening, particularly in the sea of the poverty and the hunger. And of course, I must immediately say that just does not justify the acts that people would have gotten involved in, of being accessories to the looting and participating in the looting. It is not justified at all. But at the same time, one did get touched by visions and pictures of people being hauled out of their homes with bags of mealie meal, and that being destroyed. That did not look nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe it was the infamous Operation Keep Receipt, as it was called. Operation Keep Receipt. Keep a receipt. Thank you, Mr. President. As I draw to conclude my line of questioning, and perhaps we can elect to take a comfort break when I end, if that's fine, the panel. Do you want one now? All right. we are very concerned, so we'll keep on checking. The response, Mr. President, to the unrest unfolded unevenly, and we heard testimony. It was the chambers of business, as you made reference to, Peter Marisburg. There was also, as we've received, hundreds and hundreds of submissions. We also posed, or put this to the police as well, provincial commissioner, and the minister as well. So when the unrest or the response, the evidence we've heard is that the response to the unrest unfolded unevenly from a spatial perspective, noting our history, etc. And police having to make decisions, perhaps difficult decisions, about which malls, which areas to protect, and which areas to let or allow to burn. As we heard about, as an example, the mall in KwaMashu, which you did see, was allowed to burn. The pavilion, which is right close to the N3 and close to your suburban areas, was protected, well protected. Now, given the spatial social challenges that we perhaps have and which remain because of apartheid, how do we close that gap? And perhaps it's also a structural issue, but how do we close that gap? And specifically, as there's a relationship with the private sector, and you've touched on private Perhaps I'll just submit the question again, if that is fine. And my question was related to the response to the unrest which unfolded unevenly, and we got evidence to this effect, from a spatial perspective, with police officials having to make decisions about malls, or rather which malls and areas to protect and which areas and malls and so on to allow to burn or be destructed, etc. What can be done to address the uneven distribution of the state's capacity to protect life, property, and livelihoods, which is often along spatial cleavages that remain from apartheid? And of course, we know there's a relationship that the police also have with the private sector, and you've sort of touched a bit on that. We are interested in your comments on that, because it's something which perhaps resonates, and we see quite a lot, especially in terms of the spatial layout, as you also touched on the issue of inequality, poverty, unemployment, and the remnants of apartheid that we still see in the country. Just a view and a comment on that, please, Mr. President.
Clearly, the special architecture of our country, which has its origins in apartheid, social engineering, continues to be a major challenge for us as we seek to advance the lives of our people on a much more equitable and universal basis. And this became much more evident in the unrest, because, as you correctly say, I mean, the responses were somewhat patchy and different in certain areas, where in some areas where many of our people live, once the malls were attacked, there was absolute mayhem and devastation. But I guess it also had to do with the time that it took to move to other areas. They became more prepared, and the private security firms also participated in helping to protect some of those areas. But we also need to look at how, as it mutated and moved to other areas like in Gauteng, in Soweto, where you got communities themselves organizing themselves to defend some of their malls and shopping areas. And I guess they did that because they knew that a total destruction like that would lead to job losses, to business losses. So you had a differentiated type of response to all this. And when it started, obviously, it started in KZN and started moving very quickly. And as we all became that there was like a coordinated organization and a plan for this, other communities and other areas got more ready. But specifically the issue you're addressing, which is the special landscape of our country, continues to be a problem, continues to be a bane of our transformative trajectory. It's something that we have not, I would suggest, paid sufficient attention to in the past. What we needed to do is to focus more on how we re-engineer from a spatial architecture or landscape point of view, so that we can all live up to the ideal set out in our Constitution of being properly united as a nation, social cohesion, and also embracing one another with all the diversities that we have. At a special level, we have not really succeeded in doing so, and the problem is, even with our developmental trajectory, we still continue to exacerbate that. So more and more realization has dawned on us, and we're now going to be embarking on various infrastructure and community living projects that will crowd people in, particularly to live within the more city centers, where it is much easier for transport costs to be brought down, for opportunities for employment to be more available, and for people to live together in their full diversity, rather than forever and in a day just black people, especially Africans, to live in the far outer side of town. So that is the plan in terms of going forward, and I would say that would help in reducing poverty and also dealing with inequality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've just got one last question, and perhaps it's also a follow-up to what you've just alluded to with regards to private citizens or citizens protecting their property. We also saw some community policing forums, private security protecting property. And we had evidence in this hearing during the Durban leg, or the KZN leg rather, of allegations of community policing forums being involved in attacking and killing black people within the Phoenix and surrounding and other areas. As the state president, I know, we also know, Mr. President, that you did visit KZN. You covered it in your statement as well. What is your reflection? I understand that many of those matters are still before the courts, but I think it's an important anecdote for us to note, given the number of people that died, particularly within the Phoenix and surrounding areas. There was also some people that died in Pietermaritzburg, even young people. What is your reflection, perhaps comment and reflection on that? Thank you.
Well, the events that ensued in the Phoenix area in KZN are not events that we can be proud of as a nation, and in fact we have to condemn them, because there were actions of vigilantism that seemed to rear their heads. Those who purported to be defending, as we saw, turned out, and as you correctly say, matters are still before the courts. Some of them purported to have been more racially biased, and lots of lives were lost in that area. And the real concerning part of this is that it exacerbated racial tensions, because it seemed like it was one race taking action against another, and in this whole conflagration, that was one of the most undesirable aspects of it, because it resulted in a number of people dying. Suppose the courts are going to fathom precisely what actually did happen in this regard, because a number of people were arrested, and people who relied on self-help measures rather than utilizing the framework of the law found themselves caught up in all this. What we can say as a government is that we regret very much what happened there, and have to condemn what was fueled by racial tensions. We never want to see race beginning to play a role in any protest, in any community activity at all, because for a country like ours, which has attained freedom from the fear of racism, tribalism, It is important that we keep the course of being completely non-racial, non-tribal in anything that we do. Because once you begin to tilt that balance the other way, once it loses its balance, it just can result in chaos and mayhem. And that is precisely what we don't want to see. We've seen it happening in other countries, and I can say we've been blessed and fortunate that we've been able to close all the fault lines and keep the balance that has enabled us to continue to emerge as this nation that Nelson Mandela envisaged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to now hand over to my colleague, Mr. Buang Jones, to proceed with other related themes.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lords. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. President, Dumelang. My segment will cover state security, socioeconomic issues, and the defense force. Maybe to start off, I will confine my questions for now to state security issues. Mr. President, were you forewarned about the unrest, either from intelligence sources or from members of your cabinet?
The events as they manifested themselves, and the scale and intensity and the ferocity was unforeseen. What we had gleaned from some of the reports was that there were protests, there were signs of unhappiness, particularly over the incarceration of former President Zuma, but none of what happened and ensued in the targeting of malls, infrastructure was foreseen. So that never surfaced in any of either the reports or the indications.
And at the time when you received the early warnings, if you did you by any chance engage with the then Minister of State Security and the head of the domestic branch of the State Security Agency?
There were those reports and indications about the protests, meetings of people who were protesting, and it never got to warnings of the scale of the devastation that finally ensued. So, to the extent that we received any, it was just limited to this unhappiness, this level of mobilization in a specific area of people who are disgruntled, who are unhappy about what has happened in the Constitutional Court trial, what has happened about the possible incarceration of the former president. So it was some of those types of reports that came through.
Before the unrest, the Was the National Security Council already operational?
When I became president, I realized that the National Security Council had stopped operating and we resuscitated it. And that would have been in 2019. And the meetings that were planned for the National Security Council were then overtaken by the arrival of the pandemic. When we started focusing more on the pandemic, the net joins, which is composed of a number of the Security Council and the security structures, operatives from the police, from SSA, from the defense, we then focus much more on the pandemic, which, as we know, had a security element in it, particularly as we deployed police and the defense force. So the meetings of the National Security Council then fell in between the gaps because the people who were meant to be part of that were just focused on the pandemic, which was like an everyday occurrence from a management point of view.
You earlier testified that the NSC, the National Security Council, going forward will be meeting every 2 months. Before the unrest, were there any meetings that you chaired of the National Security Council?
As I recall, yes, there was one, but after that, we then met. Soon after the unrest happened, we met, and we met a number of days, almost every day, during the course. And we've now resolved, following also the criticism that has been made against us not meeting even prior, we've resolved that we are going to meet every 2 months. And this is now the mode that we are in. We're meeting much more regularly. And I must say that the pandemic really interfered with it, because I had wanted the National Security Council to rather focus on the security situation in the country. And when COVID exploded on us, that kind of stopped. And I digress for a minute. We had become chair of the AU. And even at the AU level, we had determined that we are going to focus on a number of projects. And as soon as COVID arrived, all those were pushed to the side. And we just focused on the pandemic. So, great mistake on our part, but at the same time, without putting it forward as an excuse, we were called upon to focus more on the pandemic, which, as I said, had also security ramifications.
Before you became president, you were the deputy president of the Republic. And in terms of the composition of the National Security Council, would it include, or would the deputy president be a member? Were you a member as the deputy president of the National Security Council?
As I said, the National Security Council as a structure had stopped, if you like, existing and functioning before I became president. So after I became president, I resuscitated that structure. And yes, the deputy president of the Republic is a member of the National Security Council. So are a number of ministers, particularly those who are in the security complex, as well as others whose work also impact on national security matters. For instance, Home Affairs, of course, is part of the security architecture, cooperative governance, because we've got to ensure that at a national level there is cooperative governance.
The expert panel report alludes to information being given to the Minister of Police by other sources. Are you aware of any intelligence sources or concerned intelligence operatives that tried to reach the presidency before the unrest to provide information?
The provision of information of an intelligence nature is is provided on an ongoing basis, and some of it you would say is not that tightly structured, but it is provided, and sometimes it will come from either the minister, sometimes it will come from the DG, if you like, of state security, and sometimes it will go, yes, even to the police and all that. So prior to the unrest, the sum total of the reports, as I was saying, were around this mobilization. Some of it will be MKMVA are getting together, they are mobilizing, unhappy with this or that, and sometimes it will be the truck drivers have blocked this road and all that. So none of what finally eventuated was ever pinpointed that this is what is planned. And I guess you could say intelligence failure, security gathering failure. Should it have been known? Yes. Could it have been prevented? I guess that's one of the things that we will need to deal with. So much of what finally happened, we were not fully forewarned about it.
We had the evidence of the former Minister of State Security, Honorable Ayanda Dlodlo. She testified that the State Security Agency did provide intelligence products that warned about the attacks in July, and also said that there was sufficient warning to the South African Police Service. Can we assume that the lack of coordination or structured engagement between these two ministries, if there was that synchronized and structured arrangement and relationship, we would have avoided the unrest? On the one hand, Minister Cele denies receiving intelligence reports. The former Minister of State Security asserts in very strong terms that these reports were delivered to net joints, and at some point, she wanted to have a discussion with you, and you are unavailable.
I guess the lack of coordination has been singled out as a problem, also by the Africa report, which we have conceded, which I also concede. The substance of the reports that were to be given never really alluded to finally the unrest, the details of the unrest as it unfolded. I am yet to see such a report that says this is what we knew, how it was going to unfold. I have not seen such a report myself, because it would have had to say, these are the planners, this is what they intend to hit, They will move from this mall to the next mall and all that. Now, that was not forthcoming. And hence I say, should it have been known, in possibly intelligence parlance, you could say yes, it's something that should have been foreseen. So therefore there was a weakness there. But so was there a weakness in the coordination of the way that we functioned. Issues of saying the meeting with the president or whatever, there are forever attempts, even in government, to say, I want to meet, and sometimes you don't meet, but you always find ways of communicating. There's never a shortage of various ways of communicating. So to say that you will only rely on one sole method or medium of communication is actually taking a shortcut. Yes.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, who does NICOC report to? Does it report to ministers in the NSE, or does it report directly to you?
NICOC is a coordinating structure that coordinates our intelligence, it analyzes and does forecasts. It reports to the National Security Council, and also by definition, the reports would also come to me as president. So it is an ecosystem that NICOC also operates within. So, and of course, there would be moments when if there's a particular sector that is to be affected by, or that needs to know about intelligence that is specific to its sphere of operation, that information should go there. Similarly, if it is in relation to a particular province, it should also go there. So that is how it works. But there are now, because it's been a little bit unorganized, properly unorganized, there are new regulations that are now going to streamline precisely how those types of reports should be handled.
With the benefit of hindsight, in your view, would the police have been able to handle the July incidents of looting if they had intelligence?
With the benefit of hindsight, with regard to the intensity and the organized nature in which it happened and the speed with which it happened, given their lack of the resources they had, given the lack of being properly organized themselves, I think they would have been challenged as they themselves concede, because the public order policing aspect was not well structured and organized. They had, they didn't have all the personnel that were needed to tackle this, but also they were just too centralized as to be able to respond quickly, and they did not have all the equipment that they should have had. So I should hasten to say, though, the police did the best that they could under very difficult and challenging circumstances. The weakness that they suffered from was the system. It was inherent in the weak system that they operated under. I mean, some of them just demonstrated incredible courage and bravery, and some of them were injured quite seriously, as they tried, one, to defend our people, to defend limb and property. So I will not find much fault with the bravery and the courage they demonstrated. I think they were failed by the system, which was not operating on all cylinders.
The Mufamadi report was finalized in 2018. Is there a reason why it has taken this long for some of these recommendations to be implemented?
Processes have been underway in SSA to have that report implemented. And one of the recommendations that Mufamadi had also made was that, one, there should be investigations on malfeasance that had ensued in SSA. A concerted effort was embarked upon to get on with that investigation. For spurious reasons, that was either halted or diverted. And so that fell flat. And this became a subject of the Zondo Commission as well, which looked into this. But at the same time, we also had to deal with the divisions between domestic and foreign, and the draft regulations, and indeed an Act of Parliament has been in process to have this drafted. I recall some of the evidence that was given by the minister was that the Act is on the President's desk. Now, what she didn't say is that the cabinet system is such that when a minister has had an Act of Parliament drafted, it goes to cabinet. And it is cabinet that deals with it. Now, that Act is still in the process of being prepared through either consultation or whatever to be brought to cabinet. And it is only when it is brought to cabinet that it is taken forward. The President is not cabinet. Cabinet is the collection of all the ministers, the members of the executive, who then scrutinize every piece of legislation that then is put into the parliamentary system, the legislative system, or is put out for public consultation. Now, that is in the process of being done. Has it taken years? Yes, it has taken years. And that is one of the things that happens in our state structure, which we still need to correct. That laws, and particularly laws, tend to take just far too long to be processed to the point of fruition. So that is a process that is currently underway. Of course, once all that is done, then the separation will then happen. The good fortune now is that we've got a permanent Director General of State Security, whose task is going to be to lead and go ahead with the transformation of state security, to ensure that state security is properly transformed, because state security has faced the challenges that we've spoken about. The Zondo Commission has dealt with how state security seemed to have been captured. The Mufamadi report also has dealt with that. So now we are going to be able to move ahead more determinedly to deal with the transformation that state security needs to go through.
In your opening address, you gave us your understanding of the underlying causes of the unrest. And I want to also refer to the Mufamadi report, which talks to the factionalism within the state security. To what extent did factionalism within the ruling party influence the events of July 2021?
It has been suggested by the Africa report that factionalism within the governing party has had an impact on a number of things that have happened in the state. And that is what has been put forward. And the Mufamadi report also refers to factionalism within the state security apparatus. So these are challenges that we have to deal with. And some of those challenges are being addressed, and I can speak now with another hat on, if I'm allowed to do so, with wearing another hat as a leader of the governing party. These are some of the challenges and problems that we are dealing with. Through our process of renewing the party, making sure that the party is properly repositioned, rebuilt to a point where we do not ever use state resources to fight internal battles within the governing party. And so these processes are now underway, and I see positive signs that are emerging. And of course, processes such as the Zondo Commission have helped a great deal to shine a light on some of these maladies, some of the malfeasance, shining a light. So I think we rather than be more negatively disposed, I think we're beginning to move to a more positive milieu where we will be able to can say that factionalism is being eradicated, or has been eradicated in state security apparatus. That having dealt with it at that level, the state securities will now act only in the interests of the people of South Africa and not for the protection of certain factions within the governing party, as the Mufamadi report suggested or alluded to.
Mr. President, I'll move on to the defense theme. The deployment of the South African National Defense Force internally is an exceptional measure. Can you indicate how you understand when and under what conditions it will be exercised?
The South African Defence Force mandate is to defend the territorial integrity of the Republic. It is also to defend the people of South Africa, to act in their defense if there's a war, but it is also to act in defense in support of other, if you like, elements of the state, particularly the South African police. Now, whenever the police are dealing with a situation which is rather challenging to them, we are able to bring in the National Defence Force, South African National Defence Force, to execute certain tasks. Now, remembering that the Defence Force personnel is really trained in a particular way. They are trained to engage an enemy and eliminate an enemy that poses a threat to the territorial integrity of the Republic or to the people of South Africa. Now, they've also been trained to act in support of the police on specific issues, such as, for instance, when there are roadblocks, where there's a particular need to mount roadblocks, they act in support. They're never at the forefront. They act in support. When we had COVID, we did deploy them, and their mandate was to act in support of the police. and not to act in their own name and right. And for the most part, we were able to achieve that. In some cases, maybe it may have slipped through our fingers. But that is their role, to be supportive at all times when they are called upon. And to be able to do that, the President has to deploy the South African National Defence Force, whether internally or externally, and to notify the two leaders of Parliament, NCOP as well as the National Assembly. But in doing so, also to detail the numbers that would be deployed as well as what it will cost. So there are quite a number of requirements that need to be met, and also to detail what they are going to do. So that is how the National Defence Force is deployed.
Following the reshuffling of the Minister of Defence, there is still some uncertainty about when the decision to deploy was taken and how the details of the deployment were arrived at. Can you clarify this for us?
Now, this is a matter that has to do with the date. The unrest occurred on the 8th of July. I think it was the night of the 8th of July. By the 9th, we started seeing a lot of mayhem unfolding. And initially, it was thought that the police would be able to handle this on their own. It soon became clear that we were dealing with a very coordinated actions. And it was then that we became concerned, and I had a discussion with the Minister of Defense and police, as well as with other officials. And on the evening of the 10th, we then decided that we should deploy soldiers. And during the course of the 11th, we decided that the Defence Force should now be deployed. And in the course of all this, I started having meetings with a number of other road players who were very concerned. And the meetings were at my instance, that I wanted to consult, wanted to meet, to inform a number of other colleagues. And we then started, as we started, we felt that the Defence Force would protect critical infrastructure because we got a sense that those who were planning and coordinating the attacks wanted to attack oil refineries. They wanted to attack electricity pylons and all that. So we needed to then have the Defence Force deployed for the protection of such. Initially, we thought we would deploy 2,500 members of the South African National Defence Force. On reflection, I deemed that this was insufficient because we were dealing with what appeared to be a much larger problem. And as a result, a total of 10,000 were employed, and this communication was then sent, I think, to Parliament. And when we met political parties in the consultation that ensued, political party leaders felt that even that 10,000 was insufficient because where they were, they could see the scale. And we then decided to up the number to 25,000. Some of them had even wanted 50,000, but we felt that we could manage with 25,000, and that is what we deployed.
Yeah, you consulted several stakeholders, and I would like to know, is the decision of when and how to deploy the SNDF a political decision? Is it a decision that also requires you to consult with other political parties?
It is a political decision that a head of state takes. It's regulated in terms of our constitution, where I would inform, as I said, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the Speaker of Parliament. And once that is done, it is then public, and political party leaders get to know of it, and I guess they get to know of it because they're immediately advised by the national speaker. And I think out of courtesy, I would, and I don't know if I did this, I would also inform them that this is what we have done. Because we've got this constitutional construct that says when you deploy the South African National Defence Force, you've got to alert the nation, because it isn't a normal thing to see soldiers with their big guns and their uniform outside our homes and shopping centers. It's got to be properly regulated as it is in our constitution.
The decision to increase the number of Defence Force members, was it influenced by any intelligence that you received?
It was much more influenced by information. Now, how did that information come through? It was information that was coming through from those who were on the ground. And this is where maybe the distinction has to be made between intelligence and information. I was dealing with those who were on the ground. It could have been premiers, could have been some of our ministers who we had said should go on the ground to see exactly what was happening. And as they saw the evolution of this destruction, they were alarmed, and they could see that the police were challenged. There were few in between, and that is when, in part, the decision to increase the numbers then came in. I mean, for instance, some leaders of political parties were able to say, we've been to this and that place, we can see what's happening. Mr. President, we need soldiers in such and such a place, in such and such a place. And some of them would say, food is going to run out. They are going to be attacking the food stores, and we need soldiers to be deployed. So it was that type of very collaborative process that ensued.
The Commission had evidence that the SANDF members were not properly equipped and capacitated, which led to a delay in them arriving in KwaZulu. In your view, Mr. President, how do we properly capacitate the SANDF for internal deployments, recognizing the exceptional nature of such deployments?
Yes, the SANDF faced a number of challenges, and one of the challenges, and it's rather difficult to say so because this has to do with military and logistical issues which are quite difficult to talk about in a public forum like this. So safe to say they did face logistical difficulties themselves, and with regard to the quick mobility to get to those places. And remember that the places where they were needed were far-flung, and we needed to move units to faraway places. So that added to their challenges. And of course, on an overall basis, the issue of their resources also comes to the fore, with the resources having been scaled back. It also debilitates the ability of even the Defense Force and the police, as I said. So they did face those challenges, and forgive me for not being able to outline more fully what those logistical challenges are, because they obviously have an impact on future security of the nation.
No, we understand, Mr. President. The Commission had evidence that the private sector intervened to assist the SANDF in light of these deployment challenges. As the Commander-in-Chief, can you address these allegations, particularly considering the uneven spatial distribution of the state's protective capacity?
Yes, the private sector, particularly at the private security level, did come to assist. And I think they played an important role, we must admit that. They played a supportive role. And it is this that the Africa report says we now need to discuss more fully as a government how that interface between the police and the private security establishment should function. All the private security entities are regulated by law, but we yet to find a way of how that cooperative interface should work, and that is precisely one of the reform processes that we're going to work on in our developing and being drafted national security strategy. It is going to be a very big part of that. The private security establishment, from a personnel point of view, has almost 3 times the number of people that we have in police. So you're looking at a huge number of people who are in the private security. Now, should we see them as a liability or as an asset in our broader national security framework? Is there a way in which we can cooperate and work with them? So that's what we need to look at. We cannot wish them away. We're regulating them, and we now need to find a way in which that strength can be harnessed in the interests of national security. And whatever doubts we may have about some of the entities, we need to sit down and address and see how best this important resource can be utilized for national security.
Multiple witnesses, including members of your cabinet, expressed a concern that economic inequality and exclusion was a threat to our national security. In your view, what more can government do to address this issue? Which indications suggest it's getting worse, not better, under the current policies of the government?
Yes, I mean, clearly the socio-economic challenges that our country faces do constitute as a threat to national security. We must face that. The more people you have unemployed, the more young people you have out of employment and out of training and out of education, is a threat that we must concede, and we must therefore move with speed to address those challenges, which is precisely what we are seeking to do. Now, COVID-19 wiped off 2 million jobs from the number of employed people, and you will find that the majority of those were young people and women. Now, many other countries have suffered more or less the same. Some have started to recover, and we've put in place measures like the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, to begin to recover from that. And we put in place a stimulus plan that is aimed at addressing precisely that. We've put in place a grant system, more than many other countries also in the world and on our continent, to try and cushion our people from the terrible effects of what COVID-19 has lodged us into or done to our economy. So that is a threat, and it's not only my cabinet ministers who speak about it and many other people. We all recognize that this is a problem, and some people go on to say this is a time bomb. And it is this that we need to address. It is this that we need to focus our economic planning on and all that. So various structures that we've got, the economic cluster, the cabinet itself, including the Presidential Economic Advisory Council, are coming up with a number of ideas of how we can address this. And I can assure you, from a planning point of view, a thinking point of view, we are seeking to do everything that we can. Recently, the employment figures came out. We created a number of jobs. A number of jobs were created, but the people who are entering the job market are also slightly higher. So in a way, much as you are moving forward, you are moving backwards at the same time. So we are mobilizing investments and doing all the necessary measures. And of course, we're strengthening our state-owned enterprises so that they can create jobs, so that our capital investment in the economy can keep going up, because it has gone down substantially. We are also creating a conducive environment for businesses, the private sector, to invest, so that we can increase the number of people who are employed. So many efforts are underway, focusing on the youth, focusing on how we can empower women and bring them into business, focusing on how we can use, say, the procurement system, not only in government, but also in the private sector, because that can create a huge crop of businesses that can be run at the medium and small enterprise level. We're funding businesses at the medium and small level so that they can recover and get on with doing their own business. So there's much that we are seeking to do. And lastly, just to say, as the state, we were able, during the period of COVID-19, to create close on to 900,000 job opportunities, and many of them were taken up by young people and women. Now, there isn't a country I know of on the continent that has done that. And those young people, through the programs and the budgetary processes that we've instituted, are going to continue being actively involved in those jobs and situations. Unfortunately, due to the commodity cycle, we were able to garner sufficient funding to continue with our special grant of relief to almost 11 million people. So those are all efforts that we continue to make. But of course, job creation remains the critical element that we're seeking to focus on.
The unrest took place just 2 weeks after the SRD grant was discontinued. In hindsight, was that a mistake on the part of government? The unrest took place just 2 weeks after the SRD was discontinued. In hindsight, was that a mistake on the part of government?
No, it was not a mistake. We had said from a budgetary point of view that it would come to an end then. But in reconsideration, but also given the revenue that we were getting in, we were then put in a much better position as to be able to reintroduce it for the 6 months up till the end of the financial year. So yes, there was an interregnum, but it was given rise to by having announced that it would end on such and such a day. I don't believe that it was a factor. I really don't.
Does the failure to address racial and spiritual structures of inequality, does that not send a message to the public at large that some lives and livelihoods are more worthy of protection than others?
We are a government that has sought and continues to treat our people equitably. In spite of, say, the special architecture of our country, which is a legacy of the past, we've always sought to be biased towards the vulnerable and the poor in our country. And so if you look even at our budget, it's been front-loaded towards helping the poor and the vulnerable. It is something that we are irrevocably committed to as a government, and notions that we've tended to be more favorably disposed towards the more wealthy, the more elite people are completely devoid of any truth. If anything, if you just analyze the way the budget is structured and the money is spent, it's more towards helping our people, improving their livelihoods in more ways than one. You just look at the architecture of our grant system, just that, and you'll see that it's more directed at trying to improve the lives of ordinary people. So there is just no true whatsoever that it's been more racially sort of structured, and the equity, the non-racial component or approach rather, is what defines us as a government, because that's our defining part, and that is in a way our DNA. We're here to care for all the people of South Africa and not only a single racial group.
Mr. President, what is government doing to address not only the question of social cohesion between communities, but the relations of domination that continue to reproduce and reinforce the fault line, as we saw with the racial profiling of black people in Phoenix and other parts of KZN? Well, what is it that we can do to address this?
Well, as I was saying, and in part what I said earlier addresses this question, but what do we need to continue doing? What we need to continue doing is to focus more on those who are affected by poverty, and the high and mighty are not. Those who continue to suffer the ravages of inequality, those who continue to be unemployed. And if you look at our unemployment figures, you'll find that the majority of those who are unemployed are those who fall in the category of being poor and largely black and largely African as well, and also colored and Indian, less so the other groupings. So that is what as we address the issue of unemployment, we address it on a globular basis. But its application is going to be such that it will seek to lift those who are largely at the bottom. And that is the real focus that we are aiming at. Our slogan this year is, we should leave no one behind. And those who are largely behind would be the poor, would be the vulnerable, and that is why, Chair, in a way, when we even introduced this special grant of relief, it was informed by this notion that there are people in our country who are unemployed, 10, 11 million people. And we ask ourselves the question, do we leave those behind in all the efforts that we're doing? We know there's almost 14 million people who are employed, 18 million people who get your more well-structured grants, but what about those who are unemployed? And our approach, therefore, was they should never be left behind, and that is why we introduced that type of grant as well. So we are committed to even moving forward to begin to debate the issue of a comprehensive social security approach, an approach which we will hopefully finally get to, so that no one in South Africa should be left behind. For me, that is an important slogan, which may mean very little to many people, but what it does mean is that however little it is, and however difficult it is, no one should be left behind. And it has gone to a long extent in addressing also issues of abject poverty, not completely. It's going to address issues such as, yes, putting food on the table, not completely, because the food poverty line is still way above what we are giving. But it is a start, and it is a process which should speak to nobody in South Africa should be left behind.
One of the challenges we faced during the course of our investigations was ascertaining the number and causes of death in both KZN and Gauteng. As the President of the country, have you received a comprehensive report on the number and the causes of death related to the unrest?
That report is still forthcoming. I have not yet received that detailed report. Being concerned that there could well be other people who either have passed away and whose information has not yet come through. So we still wait for that.
My last question, Mr. President. The Commission's investigations indicate that approximately 70% of the deaths related to the unrest were as a result of gunshots. However, we are unable to determine how many of these were caused by the police, private security actors, and individuals. But leaving aside the question of individual criminal responsibility, how do we begin to reckon with such catastrophic loss of life at the hands of fellow citizens?
Well, the deaths of more than 353 people is something that pains me and should concern all of us, that we could have an unrest in the short space of time that finally led to the deaths of so many people. That in itself is concerning. But what is even more concerning is that, as you say, 70% of those who died as a result of gunshot wounds, And of course, the reason I say we have not yet really seen the report is that we now need to fathom and to find out exactly where these gunshots came from. So we will still need to do so. What I think I can allude to is that the police were very restrained in the course of all this. It's possible that some may well have died as a result of police action, but I'd like to believe that the police were restrained even as they had to deal with a very, very testing and trying situation throughout this whole unrest period. But then again, the report still needs to come out, and as always in our country, we will be able to get a report. We will be able to come up with a report, and one hopes that it does not take too long to come through.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chair, I'm done with my set of questions. I'll now hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. Over to you, Advocate Moraka. Just an indication at this point in time, I made a note here that you started with questioning more or less at 10:40. So, just after past will, be the time then for the panel to start asking questions. We might have a small break in between.
No problem, Commissioner. I am cognizant of time, and I'll try to keep it as much under the hour so you have a demarcated slot for the questions and to engage the President. Mr. President, welcome. I'm going to be taking this cluster of questions. I don't expect to be too long, and they're going to be dealing with the themes of justice as well as the theme of the National Prosecuting Authority, and then would also like to engage you on issues affecting us as an institution and human rights. Mr. President, you'll be aware that we do make binding recommendations, so we also want to perhaps probe you a little bit on some of what might have come out from my co-evidence leaders and so forth. Mr. President, I'm going to start with the theme of justice because in your statement, when you set up the expert panel, you spoke about bringing those who are responsible to justice. But I think throughout our investigations, we have spent over 8 to 12 weeks, different conception of justice have come out. Who wants the looters arrested, how businesses think, what systemically neglected communities consider justice. We've heard from an array of people, not just government, but community, survivors, people in Phoenix and so forth. And so the theme of justice, to the extent that, as you said, we will write the report, is important so we can grapple with what it means in the context of reckoning with what you said, was something, the darkness we stared into. So a beginning point, it does carry the risk of repetition a little bit, but we can be succinct. These systemic, structural, and historic inequalities are part of what we have considered as having aggravated or even themselves being the triggers of the July unrest. And every single cabinet minister we've had here did not mince their words in saying unless they are addressed, it is almost certain that we'll have a July unrest, which means that at the very least, whatever they place in the unrest, they played a substantive role in shaping it. Do you think that these systemic issues, Mr. President, impede the confidence the public have in the justice system, that there's social inequalities, people will be prosecuted for participating in what may have been fueled by socio-economic issues, but will be prosecuted through the criminal justice system? Do you think that this impacts our confidence in a fair justice system in our country?
Well, I think our people want to see justice being done. They just don't want to hear us talk about justice. They want to see people who instigated this, coordinated it, organized it, being brought to justice. A failure to do so will be a gross injustice to our people. So in the end, we've got to do good by our people and ensure that those who were party to organizing, to perpetrating all these acts that led to the deaths of so many people are actually brought to justice. Now, you have been doing your own investigations, and so have the police, and we are looking forward to the police informing us what they have found and being able to say to the people of South Africa, we have found people who were involved, and we're going to make sure that justice is done. And if that be the case, then those who would be found to have been involved should face the full might of the law, because we're a country that's governed by the rule of law. If you have done something that militates against the interests, the collective interests of the people, then you should be dealt with. And in the main, some of these acts constitute really serious crimes against the people of South Africa, because they had an impact, negative impact on the sense of safety that South Africans felt or have. They had a negative sense of, or the impacted negatively on our democracy. So these are serious charges. They can be preferred against those who participated in this, who planned it. So be it, because our people want to see justice. Whichever circumstance prevailed, poverty or whatever, it just does not justify just embarking on planning and coordinating and mobilizing people to a point where so many, 353 people get killed. It doesn't justify that.
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, that's a good place to start in terms of your, to continue in terms of your response, because the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, occupies a really significant place in national memory, and we opted for that platform in order to both grapple with factual issues and grapple with what had been called a crime against humanity, but knew that prosecutions or arrests could be at least suspended in favor of a greater form of truth and justness and healing of a nation. So to the extent that some of those things of systemic inequality that are historical still exist, would you say we require in our justice policy something that can both recognize what you call the importance of the rule of law, but at the same time apply it in such a way that it takes into account the social inequalities, rather than to dismiss them, to say you will go and be arrested and prosecuted, irrespective of whatever the context of those, the context out of which your actions arise?
Well, I guess in every situation there has to be a balance. You've got to balance, and the context in which anything is done depends on the circumstances that prevail. But I'd also like to believe that the issue of rule of law, which is enshrined in our Constitution, is very, very important, and it's quite clear what needs to be done. Anything else can be used as reasons for mitigation, for understanding, but the question of rule of law, I believe, is important, because if you don't have rule of law, what do you have? You have mayhem, you have just total chaos. So the rule of law is what we need to hang our hopes on, and if nothing else, we should be able to say rule of law, and if other considerations can be put in place, there will be acts of mitigation. But it's important that that should be put up front, because that is what a constitutional democracy is all about, because our constitution endears us to say the rule of law is what applies. Everything else should hang from that.
Certainly, Mr. President, I think we are on the same page, but perhaps to bring you into the fold of my thinking is the fact that our mandate requires that we promote the culture of human rights, so that you are correct that perhaps in a courtroom, before a judge gives a sentence, they may take into consideration a mitigating factor. But I'm kind of want to probe, Mr. President, on the policy before people get to court. So what is it that can be put into place that would inform even the ability to charge somebody who stole something, if they were poor or there are socioeconomic circumstances that might mitigate that, as a factor in consideration of government policy and not a judgment kind of trying to figure out how to punish the person. But you spoke about the balancing. When we investigate the July unrest, do you think it would be just, Mr. President, to distinguish between the orchestrators, looters, victims of racial profiling, and then to apply the rule of law in terms of appreciation of those distinctions? Would that qualify as something akin to the balancing act that you were referring to?
You will be pleased to know that I will say that is not my terrain, because those considerations would need to be done either by the prosecutorial fraternity or by the judicial fraternity. If I ever were to say as a person who is in the executive that, you know, this is what you should do, prosecute this one, judge this one this way, and don't prosecute that one, then I will be accused of interfering. And who am I to interfere? I have a constitution that says the following, and that constitution should be followed. I have institutions that are geared towards dealing precisely with those issues. So the prosecutorial fraternity or agencies must deal with what they have to deal with. So save me the trouble, please, of saying, President, make a choice. Who do you love most? The one who stole, you know, a piece of soap, or the one who took the fridge out of the store? I'm not able to make that choice. So save me that trouble.
No, I will gladly save you, Mr. President, but perhaps then we can transition to what is then the presidency's relationship with the NPA. Perhaps, you know, to the extent that even the public is watching, one of the themes that was repetitive is that we heard from victims, and at the end of each testimony of somebody, of a victim who testified, we would ask, what would you want to be seen done? And without fail, every single one of them said, I would like to see justice done. And so we thought it worthy to probe those issues of justice, but I do understand that executive distinction and how you can influence. But what is perhaps the most significant scope of power you have within your office to influence the NPA, maybe not prosecutorially, but perhaps budgetary-wise, new systems, appointment of specific specialists, and so forth?
Well, I'm glad that you've actually defined what is the possible relationship, because the National Prosecuting Agency is independent of the executive. And even as we appointed the current head of the NPA, the incumbent was at pains to say, will I have independence? Will there be any way in which you could interfere? And we said no. And I have stuck to that they must have total independence, and there will not be any form of interference on our side. To the extent that we get involved with them is to enable them to do their work, to ensure that the budgetary allocations are such that they can do their work. They know best what skills they need. They know best what instruments they need. And all that we interface on is precisely the capabilities that we enable them to have. Whenever we meet, we never discuss cases. We actually both say we are not going to discuss any case whatsoever. Because doing so demeans on their own standing of independence, and also is also demeaning to us, because then it means that if we ever get tempted to interfere, which cases will we not interfere in? So I have clearly decided that I will not get involved, I will not interfere, and I don't even need to know. But what I do want to know is the constraints they have from a budgetary point of view. Do they need assistance? Do they have enough resources? Do they have enough personnel? And that is the extent to which we interface with Treasury and to enable and make sure that they have the tools of the trade to be able to do their work. That is the sum total of our intervention as far as they are concerned.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps then we can engage on issues regarding part of the reports we've received, like the panel report you put, has dealt with a little bit of discord and lack of coordination between intelligence agencies. But we also see with this distinction between NPA and executive, where, for instance, lay people watching, hearing that there was, say, an attempted insurrection, or there are masterminds, as the report suggests, or faceless people, or that it was a coordinated sabotage of the state. Maybe two questions. Are we to assume that when those statements are made by, say, the executive and not the NPA, that they are relying on what evidence could we say they're relying on? Because only the NPA could, with sufficient evidence, at least allege a specific kind of crime.
You must remember that people in the executives are politicians. So they are apt to observe what is happening and be able to put their own interpretation. And their interpretation is not gospel truth, often or sometimes, but did I just put my foot in it?
What an admission, Mr. President.
No, not always. Quite a bit of the time, or most of the time, you should really see it as really the authentic truth. But when it comes, for instance, to things such as the one that you're alluding to, what interpretation the NPA would put on it. The NPA, no doubt, would put a very legalistic type of interpretation, which could also lead to just dismissing the political statements that have been made, say, by politicians. So we should never see that as, having an overbearing influence on what the NPA does. The NPA has to deal with the law. They have to deal with the interpretation of the law, and they have to deal with what is justiciable or that can be prosecuted. So that distinction needs to be there. So I would never say that what one would say that this was an attempted insurrection. It's political speak. And what the NPA will deal with is the legalities of it all. So as it goes into the court system, that is what they are going to deal with, the law, court precedents, and so on and so on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like I said, these would engage your different heads. But is it, from your perspective, Mr. President, what is your analysis of the July unrest? What would you, and I think you've alluded to it through questioning, you've talked about it was planned. Before appointing the high panel, you spoke about the fact that it was an orchestrated sabotage and organization of violence, and even the report itself reaches the same conclusion. So to the extent that people at home, including victims and communities that were fundamentally affected by those events, what would you as head of state, maybe non-legalistically, say as an account of what occurred, which was unprecedented in our country?
Well, we have spoken to that, and when we made our address to the nation, we did say that this was has got all the elements of having been planned, coordinated, and we then characterized it as an attempted assault on our democracy. And the Africa report also testifies to that the way in which all this was organized, the way in which those who were going around attacking shopping centers and thereafter go in KZN and thereafter going to Gauteng and doing more or less the same thing, showed that there was an organized hand in all this. And the intention, as we said, was that they wanted to weaken our democracy. And the way our people stood up and said, no, we're not going to allow this, also spoke to the determination of our people not to have their democracy weakened. So we have addressed that, and the Africa report has addressed that. So whether from a legalistic point of view it will be proven otherwise, it's another matter, but from a characterization point of view, that is precisely what we have said.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I will not ask the content of the intelligence products, but I will ask, as head of state, as commander-in-chief, are you making this analysis of the July unrest being planned and orchestrated and possessing those elements of planned and orchestrated? Is any of it based on intelligent products that you have received, or is it based on, you know, perhaps a study of how the unrest unfolded?
It is based on information, knowledge, as well as reports, yes. Thank you.
We're almost done with the NPA, but you made an appointment of the National Commissioner, but the recent appointment is also the Investigative Directorate, you know, who spoke about the fact that she mentioned in an interview that there is an issue of the NPA not having, say, the forensic investigatory capacity, and perhaps, you know, our engagement earlier regarding the influence of your office to the NPA and capacitating them. Do you think, in your analysis of the NPA, would you say that such powers are lacking to contribute to effective prosecution, speedy and otherwise?
The NPA itself has said that they need capacitation in a number of areas. They need more fit and proper personnel. They need the tools of doing their business. And indeed, they need more skills. And some of those skills could well be in forensic, it could well be in financial analysis, it could well be in a number of other areas, IT and so forth. So the ones that can speak more eloquently and with greater information is the NPA itself. They are the ones who will be able to say, well, we need this and that type of support, and we need this type of skill base, so that they are the best place to be able to do so.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe we can also just shift the focus a little bit. So there's obviously the orchestrators, the looters. We may not get to how we deal with such a complex spectrum of persons who are liable to criminal prosecution and what might inform how we prosecute them. But if we're to turn the lens backwards a little bit and think about the fact that the report from the expert panel concludes that serious shortcomings in the state's own intelligence played a role in exacerbating the scope of what the unrest was. what accounting can, in those circumstances, can the state offer that would be maybe not equal, but that would align with the same reaction we would have to the looters or orchestrators, going back to that idea of equality under the rule of law?
Well, clearly there were shortcomings, and those are some of the processes that we are going through internally, examining in what way the shortcomings manifested themselves. And during the course of all that, I mean, there will be clear analysis and assessment of exactly what type of accountability needs to ensue, and how those who would be found to be accountable need to be answerable to some of their shortcomings. So in the end, this is a process that we are involved in, and it's a process that I'd like to believe will lead us to being able to do things properly, and even lead to strengthening the capacity of the state in one shape, form, or other.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairperson, I do still have a couple of questions. I got your note. I'm happy to sacrifice some of the questions on NPA. We follow them in writing, but as it relates to our institutional mandate and some of the recommendation, I'd like to deal with those aspects with the President. I am aware of that, but I'm sure if not an hour and a half, then at least in the region of an hour 15, an hour 20 for the panel.
Okay, and now that's in order, so we'll give you until about 1:45, round about there.
Yeah, let's see how it falls. Yeah, let's see how it falls, Chairperson. Sorry, Mr. President, we are doing budgetary time to make sure we lift every voice, as they say. So, Mr. President, I'm going to leave the NPA questions. We can follow. I think we had an agreement that we would follow some of the questions that are not answered in writing, but I do want to engage on at least two questions regarding our mandate and the Human Rights Commission. Now, the nature of our investigations, Mr. President, was very wide. We had in-camera proceedings, inspections and locals. We brought a wide spectrum of persons to come and testify before us. And I wanted, Mr. President, perhaps to, because we went through the report, and interestingly, nowhere in the report, as far as I can remember, you can correct me, is there substantive discussion of human rights. And as a human rights body, we intervene precisely because of the scale of human rights violation. And I think we would agree that in post-apartheid South Africa, the entrenchment of the Constitution at informing not just institution, but the way in which bodies that are appointed account, that human rights has to be central to that. So I wanted to maybe engage how you understand the role of the South African Human Rights Commission in relation to the events of the July unrest. I think you've mentioned that you await the report, you supported us in public and so forth, but we can maybe go beyond that to give us a synopsis of that.
Well, thank you very much. I want to once again speak in support of not only the Human Rights Commission, but the work that it is doing. If there ever was an issue that you needed to take up, this is one of those. And your report in this regard is highly awaited. You are absolutely right that the report does not really delve into human rights issues, but that is the gap that it has, which needs to be filled by the Human Rights Commission. And that is why I said right at the beginning, the complementary effect of the Human Rights Commission as well as the Africa report is just going to be very powerful, because it is going to enable the nation to look at both. Somewhere they will sort of complement one another, and in some places they'll deal with completely different issues. And so therefore, I expect the Human Rights Commission to deal with the real people issues the impact that this unrest has had on the ordinary lives of people. And I take it that you've spoken to, and I've seen testimony of ordinary people who've lost their loved ones, ordinary people who are being either, harassed and beaten up and all that. So that is a gross violation of their basic human rights, and the rights of people who are being badly dealt with in Phoenix, who are being killed in Phoenix, crying out for help. Those are the issues that you need to be dealing with. So I give full support to the work that the Human Rights Commission is doing. And that is why I found it so much easier to come here, even as head of state, because this also endorses the work, but also the role of the Human Rights Commission in our body politic architecture as a nation, to show that we have a body that focuses on that part of our constitution, say the Bill of Rights, that plays such an important role, because quite often we just are engrossed in political speak, and we just engrossed in politics, but we don't focus on the important aspect of the people and the rights that they have that are enshrined in our constitution. So for me, that's what I applaud, and that's why I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And beyond a little bit of the gap in the expert report, all ministers, including the President, can actually request us to do hearings and investigation into rights violation. But we launched this investigation urgently because of an institutional shock about the events that unfolded. Would you like to comment on the fact that we didn't really get cabinet? I know you used the word complimenting, and we want to compliment each other, but we didn't have any gesture from government to say there was serious human rights violation, please investigate. Was that an oversight perhaps, or I don't know, just to assess our relationship with our cabinet?
No, I don't think it was oversight, and in a way I think we expected that the Human Rights Commission would enter this field. I certainly did expect that the Human Rights Commission would enter this fray. And in a way, that is why, even when we did the panel, we said we are not going to set it up as a commission, because the Human Rights Commission will institute their own hearing, and they will be thorough. They will take a real deep dive. And we set up the panel so that we can immediately find a way of being able to start dealing with some of the recommendations. Now, I expect, as you said earlier, that your recommendations have to be implemented. I expect that when we get your recommendations, we will now be emboldening and strengthening the resolve or everything else that we have to do following the unrest. So you are going to shine, in my book, a much brighter light on what happened and what needs to be done going forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. You posited me to the recommendation. I would have really loved to engage you on policy, how government can think about unlawful acts that arise out of serious socio-economic contexts that are truly devastating and deepening, but we can reserve that for the written parts. And then to also, for every cabinet minister that appeared in front of us, we asked, has your ministry produced a report just to reckon with something that is so unprecedented that they have not failed to appreciate the scale of what it represented? But I will only engage you on one, and that has to do with my co-counsel here dealt with it, with the 300 people that have died. We've been very careful in investigation to make sure that the human impact and human rights are central. and that we proceed from that in trying to think about infrastructure damage and billions lost by malls, that human life and the dignity of people is central to that. Now, 300 people died. We did a little bit of a trip down memory lane, and we know that the Soweto uprising, which we have a commemorative holiday over, had in the regions of, at minimum, 179 lives lost. The Sharpeville massacre, which we also just recently commemorated the Human Rights Day on the 21st, had in the region of 250 people who died. Out of the unrest, we are looking at numbers in the upwards of 350 lives that has been lost. And my co-counsel dealt with it to say, I don't know if there has been any kind of public memorialization, whether there's been mourning, whether there's been official government announcement of marking and recognizing that day and those events as a significant place in our post-apartheid political and socio-economic life. And perhaps when you comment on that, Mr. President, you can touch on what could be done from government side for victims and those communities. I'm thinking here reparations, specific targeted service deliveries to those nations. And as I conclude this question, you spoke in the beginning about we must proceed with confidence and hope and get to a place of healing. And I think reparation and how we reckon as a nation with that is central. Just comments on that, Mr. President.
Thank you. I don't know whether it was a misspeak on your side. You spoke about nations. I would have thought that...
I think it's the mic.
Oh, yeah, I think it's the mic. No, you are raising an issue that has been top of mind with us. And in a way, your process has, in a way, made us stall a little bit to wait for the Human Rights Commission process to be completed, so that we are then able to deal with whatever recommendations holistically. The Africa report in many ways dealt with the security aspect, the political aspect, and your report is going to be more comprehensive, but it's going to deal with the people aspect, the basic human rights aspect. So in terms of remembrance, memorialization, and memorials and all that, we would like to see your report first. And I have a sense that it's not going to take forever before it comes through. I don't know how you work, and heaven forbid that you go on for 5 years before we get your report. Because then we might have to reconsider the standing of the HRC. But more seriously, we would like you to come out with your report before we then, because once your report comes out, we as government have to take a view on it. We've got to take the recommendations and act on them. So we kind of felt that let's wait until your report comes out, and thereafter we will embark on a variety of processes. Some of them will speak to the issues that you've spoken to, the memorialization and remembrance and all that. So let us wait for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. When it comes to accountability, there can never be a repetition, maybe just a yes or no, and I think you've already stated it, but perhaps for the public, the repetition might be of comfort, that we can look forward to at least working together to ensure that our recommendations are speedily implemented, and that issues such as reparations are within the ballpark at least of what government potentially could respond depending on the report.
Well, we have already said as government we take accountability for what happened, and we are going to be strengthened in what needs to be done once we have your report.
Of course.
So in our view, your report is like going to be the seminal report, really, a very important report of a institution, an institution of the state, so which is independent, which will be able to have its recommendations listened to and implemented. Not saying that the Africa report standing is any less, but the Human Rights Commission report is very important. So I am waiting with bated breath every day, hoping that this report is coming.
Yes, thank you. I can see that I am at the time that I promised for the panelists, and yeah, thank you, Mr. President. We will engage further on the issues of justice and NPA in writing. Part of our mandate is that we have to promote the culture of human rights. So the issue of justice, how we reckon with it, how it informs our mandate as a Human Rights Commission, we will have to go. We'll have to address those in writing. Chairperson, in under 30 seconds, because the President is the last witness that we intend on calling other than follow-ups in terms of new witnesses. And from the evidence leader side, we thought it worthy moment for us to just impress the fact that this was a cross-provincial national hearing. The public heeded our call to aid us in investigations in order to assess a large number of evidence and deal with very challenging conceptual issues. So we'd also like to say thank you from the evidence leading side, not just to yourselves as the panel and representatives of the commissioner, but to our CEO and to our COO, to our colleagues across provinces who have given us capacity, who have seconded people to come and assist us both in KZN and now, and also the units in the department, that the secretariat, as well as stakeholders, service providers, and the public who have demonstrated a really laudable and responsible form of citizenry. So thank you for the evidence team. Panel?
Thank you from our side as well. I'm going to yield to Commissioner Ntuli.
Mr. President, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was still listening to the closing remarks.
If anyone has if there's an urgent need that we take a short comfort break or so, please just tell us so.
Mr. President,
Commissioner
thank you. Mr. President, in our collective quest to make sense of this July unrest, we are in agreement, and you spoke quite well into it, that this was not only well coordinated, but well researched, and to some extent well resourced and well executed. If the aim of the orchestrators was to bring the country to a standstill, they certainly succeeded, at least for that brief moment in that week. Now, in bringing us to a standstill as a country, the implications of that was a serious humiliation of the people of this country. Not just the poor who were depicted on national television scrambling for goods in shops, but also the humiliation of the state itself and its exposure for being unable to respond, even if it was for a day. And unfortunately, it was for more than a day. I'd like to speak to this humiliation, Mr. President, and I'd like to engage you and hear your own reflections about this, the humiliating effect of the unrest on the nation. You have spoken in your opening remarks, and I'll quote you. You have said that for 1 week, we stood as a nation and stared into the heart of darkness. There's quite huge symbolic significance in that statement, and I'd like to put it in context so that we don't lose it. The Heart of Darkness is a novella that was published in 1899 by one Joseph Conrad. it is afforded the view that it is one of the most seminal critiques of the impact of Western imperialism, because it shows that colonialism not only destroys the land and the people that it colonizes, but also the psyche of the colonizer. But in doing so, there is a sense of deep humiliation that takes place on the bodies of those who are colonized. Now, I'd like us to hold on to this relationship between the colonial society and its humiliating effect on the colonized and what has happened in that moment in July. In doing so, I'd like to add maybe a further layer, because what this does is it assists us in maybe looking at the psyche of the moment. And we are unable to do so without maybe borrowing also from Frantz Fanon, for example, who was at pains to show that the project of colonialism not only succeeded in bringing about unequal relations between the colonized and the colonizer, but it also shattered the very psycho-cultural and psycho-historical foundations of the colonized people. Now, Mr. President, this is an important foregrounding to make to this question that I want to ask you about humiliation. Because in the shattering of that psycho-historical and psycho-social is an element of humiliation of the people. And we saw that in July as well. Now, there are many amongst our society who have looked into this and argued that it showed that in many ways the structure of our society remains similar to the structure of society that had been established by colonial rule and colonial authority. And it showed not only in the bodies who are most affected by the July unrest are the same bodies that were affected and humiliated by colonial rule and colonial authority. On our TV screens, we saw the bodies of Black Africans who were the most humiliated. Now, there's a sense then, Mr. President, and you have spoken to this as well, and I'll quote you again. You have said that when asked about the role of the police and their ability or inability to respond efficiently to the moment, you have said, and I quote you, that they did their best, but they were failed by the system. There's a sense that there is a system that exists that is out of the control of the bodies that occupy it. And in your depiction of the inability of the police to act because there's this system that they can control that is beyond their means and beyond their reach, this then gives the sense that the very structure of our society has failed to transform from its colonial origins. I'll give you the opportunity, Mr. President, now to maybe reflect on that and give us your own perspectives on the relationship between the structure of the post-1994 South African society versus the structure of pre-1994 South African society. Thank you.
I was enjoying your dialectical tour. Most enjoyable. I never thought that you would have picked up that it was based on Joseph Conrad's novella of so many years ago. But it is indeed an interesting aspect that you introduce in this. And I particularly want to appreciate you, and I did mention it in my statement in chief. I mentioned the concept of humiliation, because in a way what you're postulating takes us back to the colonialism and the apartheid construct, which I've always held to have been a humiliation to our people. That colonialists came here and instead of, as people from outside, engaging in whatever trade exchanges or whatever, they decided to stay. But in staying, they then got involved in acts of dispossession, of the slaughter of our people and humiliation, and humiliated them, disregarded their cultures, their religions, their traditions, and that in itself was a huge and gross act of humiliation. And it's a construct that I have always sought to insert in our understanding of what colonialism and apartheid was all about. Apartheid, similarly, was also an act of humiliating in a very gross way along racial lines and also along gender lines, the people of our country. So what you're saying has resonance with my analysis, my understanding of the double challenge that we have had of colonialism and apartheid, and how that has manifested itself, not only in humiliating our people, but also in perpetuating the oppression and resulting in the poverty and the inequality that our people continue to face. And that in itself has led to social reproduction of not only poverty but also humiliation, because people who are poor are essentially living in a state of humiliation, because it's undesirable that someone should continue begging for food, living in a perpetual state of unemployment, because that reproduces itself from generation to generation. Today, you find a number of South Africans, and we saw it as we were introducing the social grant of relief, SDR. We found that a number of people had never worked before, and they were already in their 40s, in their 50s, had never had a job. That in itself is humiliation, because that person, how do they ever stand in the midst of everyone else and hold their head up? They can't. And that has to do with the structure of our economy, the way in which colonialism and apartheid structured our economy from day one. And this is what we have inherited. It has been an inheritance that we got from then on, and 28 years later, we have not been able to change that structure of how our economy was set up then. And I spoke earlier about the spatial architecture of our country and said that we've, for the most part, just continued with that spatial architecture. And in a way, even exacerbated it, pushing more and more of our people outside the cities, outside places where they can eke a living. And yet in other parts of the world, it is the poorer people who are brought into the city because that's where the opportunities are, that's where the transport costs are at their lowest, and that's where they can get employed and, in a way, get on their own. And that is where you lessen humiliation. So we have not succeeded in doing that. So the unrest that then descends on our country itself was a hugely humiliating process or event. Humiliating because our people, as we said, poor as they are, the instigators want to exploit their vulnerabilities. They then go and open up all these stores. And our people, because they are vulnerable, they are poor, then throng to these stores. And that in itself manifests itself in their humiliation. So they participate in their own humiliation because they cannot help it, because they are caught up in this maelstrom of poverty and inequality. For the state itself, I have to admit that, yes, I found it humiliating that this South Africa, which is characterized as a middle-income country, could be subjected to the type of unrest where poor people were thronging to the stores looking for food, looking for whatever goods they could get. So that too was an act of humiliation for us. And I kept wondering, how do I go to Addis Ababa and hold my head up as the head of state of South Africa when we've just been through an event like this? So to me, as President of the Republic, I found that humiliating. So you are absolutely correct. What we went through in July was humiliating on many fronts. It was not only humiliating, and I would say hugely humiliating to the ordinary people in our country who were, by force of circumstance, compelled to get in and participate in all this. It was humiliating to us as leaders of the government, but as a country as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that response. Now, while on the same theme, we have to find ways to make sense of what you frame as a failure to transform the colonial economy and colonial society. The question at the center of that making sense is, whose responsibility is it? We must agree, Mr. President, that it can't be that we can expect a government to undo in 30 years damage that had been done in more than 350 years. At the same time, while saying so and admitting so, we have to, while acknowledging that the very structure of post-1994 South African society reflects the structure of pre-1994 South African society, ask ourselves who has been given the responsibility to transform these conditions. And the answer to that is the public administration, the state itself. Now, in looking at the performance of the state in the post-1994 era, I refer again back while holding on to this strand of humiliation and psychoanalysis. I refer again to Frantz Fanon, who spoke to the compartmentalization of society by colonialism that creates an us and them, black and white, clean and dirty, and poor and rich. And in the post-colony, what has been created is a national bourgeoisie versus the other, and the othering of anyone else who's not part of this class that is the national bourgeoisie. Now, to directly quote Mr. Fanon, he said, in The Pitfalls of National Consciousness, "It so happens that the unpreparedness of the educated class, which is this national bourgeoisie, the lack of practical links between them and the mass of the people, their laziness, and let it be said, their cowardice at the decisive moment of the struggle will give rise to tragic mishaps." And this is the moment that we find ourselves in with July 2021. The responsibility of the state to create conditions that move us away from coloniality has contributed greatly to the manner in which July 2021 unfolded. Now, Mr. President, we then have to ask ourselves, while we seek to find who did and who is responsible for the July unrest, there's a sense that we are not looking within the state itself. We are moving to almost a year since this event happened, and not a single public official has been held to account for their role in what happened. Now, if we are serious about transforming the state, we are looking to you as the head of this country to see where are we going, what are we doing, and how is the president responding in holding those that he is responsible for putting in positions to account for their execution or non-execution of their roles during the July unrest. Now, I don't want to be too long, Mr. President, but finally, maybe in connecting this question, there was a process in government that you initiated at the beginning, I believe, of the 5th administration or the 6th administration, of the macro reorganization of the state. And you did so while arguing that the state, particularly cabinet, is a bit too bloated. And as such, it's wasting a lot of resources, and you sought to decrease the size of the state, and you did so successfully. I think you decreased cabinet size from 38 to about 26. But there's still a sense that it is largely bloated and it is inefficient to do the work that it's supposed to do to change the conditions of the people. Can I get your commentary on this, Mr. President?
You want me to announce a cabinet reshuffle?
You can go ahead with that.
No, thank you. Thank you. It so happens that the quotation that you just read out from Frantz Fanon, I was reading just day before yesterday. So I don't know whether I inspired you or you inspired me, but I think it's you who did in anticipation of this hearing. And of course, the issue of accountability is an important one, and it's a matter that is an ongoing process. We're still looking very closely at this whole events, and I think in the end, the Human Rights Commission's process, as I was saying earlier, is going to really add and complement how we should look at this. I don't even want to say how long that will take, but the analysis, the processing rather, continues. Now, you allude to how we can embark on processes that will restructure our economy so that it becomes an economy that is able to address the needs of our people. It's a long discussion that would possibly warrant a discussion that one could have with the Human Rights Commission, and which I would welcome, because it would take us into processes such as, why did we come up with a National Development Plan? And what is that National Development Plan? What is it aimed to achieve? Where is it going to take us? Because that National Development Plan plans the trajectory to 2030 and has put a number of landmarks along the way. Have we achieved them? And what are the problems? So I would welcome very much a type of discussion. It could even be a fireside chat between ourselves and the Human Rights Commission. I would dearly like to propose that. Commissioner, seeing that your approach to issues of development are rooted on looking at issues of dialectical materialism and looking more at how should we reposition this country. So I would dearly love to have that type of discussion. But you also look right to the back. You take us back to colonialism and apartheid, and we therefore need to span a rather huge chasm and look at precisely what is it that we are doing today that could address the issues that confront our people today. But having said that, one would want to say there are many steps that are underway in as far as addressing the challenges that our people face, that also touch on, are we able to address those challenges within the framework of, as you said, the macroeconomic structure of the state right now? Are we able? Does that give us capacity to be able to do so? It's a matter that we need to address as well. And thank you very much for applauding and recognizing the efforts that we have made in beginning that process. It's by no means complete. I think there's still some ways to go in as far as repositioning the state so that it becomes what you wish for, more efficient, more directed towards serving our people, embarking on really good service delivery challenges. I guess in the end, as the Human Rights Commission, you look at the way in which our people's rights, particularly the socio-economic rights, are degraded and have not really been fully fulfilled, and which is your job as the Human Rights Commission, and it is that I would also want us to engage on, because that is a very apt question. But then again, I think it's important for the Human Rights Commission to engage with the executive, because you are our socio-economic conscience. You are the one who should be focusing more on the rights of South Africans and asking us as an executive the extent to which we are addressing those rights, and where you find lacuna, gaps, you should be able to raise that with us. So I'd like the HRC to see itself as our conscience, and if we are having missteps. Those should be raised by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. My time has run out, but I do just want to squeeze in one or so questions quickly to you. Earlier in the month, the DG of Treasury, I think you know what I'm going to ask, stated that if we continue on the trajectory that we are soon headed towards a failed state. Now, there are implications for what a failed state is, Mr. President. It is a state where there's absolutely no confidence in the government, there's anarchy, and there's absolutely no control in society. What are your views on the statement made by the DG of Treasury?
Please don't push me to a career-limiting area for the DG. The DG obviously was looking at the status of our finances from a sort of, if you like, Treasury point of view. And he's one of those officials who looks at, say, if you like, the balance sheet very, very closely, and there's just no one else, I guess, in the country who looks at this balance sheet on a daily basis, looks at our revenues and looks at our income, looks at our assets and liabilities. And when he looks at all that, he sees some red flags and raises his concern. And I think it was Minister Godongwana who said he was probably misinterpreted about the failed state issue. What he was seeking to say was that we face enormous challenges, and the challenges also go beyond just the finances. He was looking at the levels where there's still incapacity in the state, looking at what we do at local government level, provincial government level, and more broadly. But when it comes to looking at our finances, it looks at how, one, we're spending money, we're misspending money, and money goes missing, and there's still corruption. That is what would have been prominent in his thoughts when he made that statement. I'd like to say that we are not a failed state yet, and will not get there. We are not a failing state because we are rebuilding the capacity of the state. We are taking steps every day to rebuild that capacity. And we admit that we lost state capacity along the way. And it's like turning the Titanic around. It does not happen in one day. It takes time, just like fighting corruption. We were talking earlier about how we can capacitate the NPA. It is when the NPA is fully capacitated that it is emboldened to fight corruption, and that will take its own time. But the resolve is there. The determination is there to fight corruption and to turn the state around, to capacitate it, to bring in clearer minds, younger people into the state sector. One of the things I want us to see doing now is to go out and seek out the young people, go and recruit young people. It's been at, educational institutions, at universities, and go out for the brightest minds and bring them into the state sector, because they will come in with fresher minds and they'll be able to help us recalibrate the way the state functions. So there is a lot that is going for us, and rather than look at the glass and say it is half empty, I look at the glass and say, this glass, like this one, is half full. And this is precisely how this glass represents itself. It is half full, it's not half empty. because we are making progress. We are dealing with issues that impact on state incapacity, the type of thing that the Treasury DG was complaining about. We are moving forward rather than standing in one place or moving backwards.
Thank you, Mr. President. The chairperson has nudged me that my time is up. I'm sorry, chairperson, but I would be in trouble with the feminist lobby if I didn't ask you this question. Now, before I do notice that the minister and the presidency is here and has noted your invitation for the South African Human Rights Commission to engage with the National Executive, and we hope that then maybe through his office that meeting can be arranged. Mr. President, with regards to then the question on gender, there's often an assumption which is the main contributing factor to why we have persistent gendered inequalities, which is to treat issues of gendered inequalities as add-ons to any analysis of any problem. And we saw it quite clearly with the struggle against racism or against apartheid, where we foregrounded racism as the main issue with colonialism, and we created this hierarchy of oppressions with race at the top and gender at the bottom. And we have seen the implications of that, because then we have left the gender struggle behind. Now, in our analysis of this critical moment in July, there has been a void in our discussions about the particular impact of the July unrest on women in particular. We have not seen it coming from the state apparatus, and we have had to rely on maybe public commentary by mainly those who sit in NGOs and civil society. As the head of state, have you been interested in the particular impact of the July unrest on women? If so, have you instructed any members of any state institution to provide you with information that crystallizes the impact of this unrest on women? If so, can we have maybe the results of that analysis? If not, why not?
You're asking a question like I'm in Parliament now. That's what they do. If not, why not? If not, now when? No, let me say, I think you've put your finger on an important issue. And let me say, without being facetious, that this is precisely what I expect the Human Rights Commission to highlight, because it is also the rights of women that were trampled, that were violated in this humiliation that you spoke about so eloquently. In my office, I have an advisor who focuses on social policy. And I've asked her that I'd like us to shine a light on how the unrest impacted on women. And that is now being processed also with the ministry that deals with women, because it's important that we need to dig a little bit deeper, but also on children, because a number of children were affected. We now know a child as young as 12 years also passed away, because we need to know exactly how that impact manifested itself. But more importantly for me, it is from the Commission that I expect your report to have a fairly substantial chunk of precisely the gender aspect of how the unrest affected women. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nissen, just be mindful we have 35 minutes left, unless the President is, of course, willing to to concede a few more minutes for us, Commissioner.
Mr. President. I've got a few questions. You've touched on a lot of it already, Mr. President. But the first one is the plans and the strategy around the N3, which links the two major centers, which is KZN and Gauteng. And we have seen in particular a number of weak spots on that road, whether it's in Harrismith or whether it is at Buntingville, Way River Plaza. Because the spatial development there is actually capturing the trucks in the tunnel, that open tunnel. And as long as it is there, nothing is being done, you will forever see trucks, whether it was the July unrest or whether it's criminals taking opportunity, or when there's a protest, a service delivery protest, it's easy to throw the tires and all this on top of the trucks. And once the trucks are there, they're in a dead end. And so perhaps, I don't know, Mr. President, whether there is a strategy and as part of going forward to ensure that area is protected.
Thank you, Commissioner Nissen. The realization that was thrown right into our face with regard to the unrest in July was that in the end, the economic fortunes of our country really revolve around two provinces, Gauteng and KZN. And that is where we have all our economic eggs in just that one basket, if I can call it that, or just two baskets. And that is something that has concerned us, but more particularly the arterial road that links the two provinces, the N3. And this has led us, in terms of our more special planning, to begin to come up with ideas and plans of how to lessen this risk. Because for us, it's an economic existential risk to have just the one road that links the two provinces that is a major economic arterial road. So planning is underway to see how we can mitigate that risk and we lessen the negative impacts on that risk. Of course, it's something that will cost a great deal of money because the investment in just that logistical part of our country has been quite enormous and has yielded really good results. But we now need to start looking at, for instance, some of the options are taking many of the trucks off the road and rebuilding our rail network, rebuilding it in a way that will be less risky. So those are some of the strategies that are being looked at, and a number of others more, so that we lessen that risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are two groups that I'm going to throw together. That is the security, the private security, and the CPFs. And the question is that on the private security, the national strategy that you want to embark upon, and we have our experience in communities is that whilst they are employed to do a service to protect people's property and the area, you find at times that the security companies also would ask a black person in a suburb, "What are you doing here?" And so it does appear that, again, it's like protect a class at the expense of other people. And also they then take on a policing role in trying to keep people, not only protect their client, but they are now protecting that whole area and keep people out of the area. And the second, that's also my issue with the CPFs. And the CPFs, you'll find that the CPFs in the suburbs are much better resourced. And the CPFs in the townships, sometimes the chairwoman doesn't have a car and have to depend also on 5 rand airtime if there's something happening. And so you see that there may be an issue looking at resources, and also it's very politicized. And so we also need to look at what are the kind of training and maybe review the mandate of the CPFs and how they can further go into the bringing that whole task of sensitizing the community and have an oversight on the police in that particular area. So I don't know what your views are on that, Mr. President.
Well, you raised two issues about the private security firms and the way they've tended to execute their own tasks and have tended also to be more, racially biased. I mean, this is one of the issues that we're going to be seeking to address with the private security firms because we have had reports to that effect and as recently as just yesterday I saw a representation of that where I was. So that needs to be addressed and will be addressed as we, in a way, look at how we are going to cooperate and collaborate with private security firms in the light of the unrest that we have had. So there's going to be a concerted effort as part of our national security strategy. So this is going to be part of it. As regards the Community Policing Forum, you are absolutely right. The CPFs that are in much more affluent areas are better organized, better resourced, and their performance is much better. And CPFs in other areas, particularly in townships, are not as well resourced as this. So part of the national security strategy that we are going to come up with is going to address itself to that. Because how do we make community policing forums much more actively involved in interfacing with the police and also supporting the police in the work that they do? It is CPFs are going to be a very important component of enabling us to deal with crime. But if we are indeed going to do that, we must capacitate them, because in the end, the CPFs are the eyes and the ears of the police on the ground, and for them to be able to do so, capacitation is an important element of how we make them more effective. So I see that as something that is very much a part of the process of developing this strategy. And that is why this strategy will have to be discussed on a nationwide basis and consulted. It cannot just be a strategy that is just owned by the security cluster or by the police. It's got to be a strategy that is embraced and owned by the people of our country, because all of us must have a role in fighting crime, because crime affects all of us. Wherever we live, wherever we work, wherever we either entertain ourselves or relax, crime follows us. So in order for us to rid our country of criminality, all of us must participate in fighting crime. And on the CPF side, we must all put our hands on deck and make sure that we are the eyes, the ears, but also the feet of our PCFs in as far as fighting crime is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just two more short ones, but we've been talking today about social cohesion, and quite a lot has been said, including your response, Mr. President. But the question is, have we dropped the ball with regard to nation building and social cohesion in this country? And is there need for us to do much, much more, but also to recognize that the two or the three major components of that fights against nation building and social cohesion are the three ones that we talked about: inequality, poverty, and unemployment. And how do we, on the one hand, understand and recognize that, but still build a nation, a South Africanness, which people can be proud of the flag, proud of the anthem, and proud of our country, and saying, how do we use that also to engage communities, to reach out to one another, and at the same time build social cohesion. And then lastly, Mr. President, and not for you to answer, but I'd just like to, and still today, without them, we will not know what's happening in this country. And it's sad to see that there's potential retrenchments in that area. So if you can do anything, Mr. President, please do something about it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, the commissioners are lobbying for the journalists. No, thank you for that question, Commissioner Nissen. The project of social cohesion and nation building is an overarching one, and it's one that we dare never let our guard down on, because of the history that we've had, where we were divided and we had laws and conventions and places where to live that sought to divide us. And with the dawn of democracy, we, under the leadership of the great Nelson Mandela, we have been forged into a new nation, a rainbow nation, as Archbishop Tutu and Madiba called us. And because with this type of project, there continues to be so many fault lines that are given rise to by poverty, by unemployment, by inequality, because those are fault lines that exist in this, as we try to put together this edifice of national unity, national cohesion. And the other fault lines are regionalism, where we come from. The other fault line is gender. That's another fault line. And the other fault lines are race and culture and all that. So we have this big challenge that we've got all these fault lines. And you look, imagine a huge edifice, it's got all these fissures. And our task as leaders and as a nation is to close all these fault lines and to create a monolithic, huge structure, which is the South African nation, which is what Madiba sought to do, and which we should never allow a fault line to open up. And there have been times when the non-racialism commitment and project at the beginning, there was a time when the tribal element seemed to come through, and I'm glad that that fault line was immediately closed, because the majority of people in South Africa said, not in our name. We will not allow tribal sentiments to soil this big edifice that we are seeking to build. And similarly, when it comes to gender, when it comes to neglect of recognizing the role that women should play, it's another fault line that we must continue closing. And so it happens with fault lines. They need continuous and constant work that we should close, because as cracks appear, we need to close those so that this edifice is stronger. And I strongly believe that the nationhood that we're trying to put together, the social cohesion that we're trying to put together, is so strong that it will be able, on a collective basis, to overcome any fissures that can either be caused by people or that can appear. So it is important that even when we tackle poverty, even when we tackle unemployment, we should realize that this is a fissure, this is a fault line, and it needs to be closed. And every step we take, therefore, as a nation, as a people, should be aimed at seeking to continue building this social cohesion. And no matter what the challenges and difficulties are, and I can say, Chairperson, there will be continuous challenges and difficulties. But our task as leaders is to be focused on how we do it. We should not be given to giving into populism. We should not be given to being reckless. We should be focused and doing what Madiba would have done best, to do it at all costs and make sure that it may seem impossible, but it is a task that we have to do at all costs until it is done. Thank you.
Meneer die President, siyabulela kakhulu. Nda.
Thank you, Commissioner Nissen. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there is a concern maybe that some of the important intelligence information does not necessarily reach you. If we look at page 45 of the Africa Panel report, you'll see there in end of paragraph 2.26, it says the minister received information directly from a source that he named to us, that a few hundred people had moved to Nkandla with firearms in the days leading up to the rioting. Now, this very same source tells us that in January 2021, he or she, I'm keeping the identity and not revealing that, he or she attempted to make contact with you via a presidency official, and we have phone messaging to that effect. But and what the source basically wanted to convey to you is intelligence information pertaining to social media that was in the form of a prior warning. But yeah, well, the attempt to make that contact with you did not succeed, and that on 6 April, the same source requested to meet you via Minister Ayandla Tlodlo, once again phone messaging available in that regard, who replied to the source that you do not deal with intelligence. She said he will ask why SSA does not meet with you. So maybe you can react to that, but the question really is, do you deal with intelligence? Do you receive, like many presidents all over the world, a daily brief first thing in the morning on intelligence matters? And if not, is that going to change now?
Thank you. Yes, I do deal with intelligence. I get reports and information on a regular basis. Going forward, we've now decided that we're going to set up a system that is going to enable us to be able, on a more structured way, to get intelligence information. Yes, I do get intelligence information.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so going forward, I think that, that system would be quite important to make sure that there are no filters that prevent you from getting the necessary information. The second matter is that the Africa Report Panel states that it did not have sight of the intelligence documents, the so-called products, as they are classified documents, and that they, the Africa Panel, could therefore not make a determination of the quality of the intelligence provided. Now, I think you would maybe agree with us that it is quite important to make a determination as to what was the quality of that intelligence. Otherwise, the nation wouldn't know whether there was enough clear prior warning or not. And these reports that we're talking about here, or products, are historical intelligence information, so it's not information about a clear and present threat that will manifest tomorrow, and the Africa panel also indicated that they actually requested these reports, but that SSA and so on, was not willing to provide that to them. Would you agree that it is important for the South African Human Rights Commission?
I have no authority to declassify them, because even as they come to me, they come as classified. And so it would be that difficulty. I know that the Africa panel had that challenge, but I think that's the way the state works. As regards the quality thereof, we do have good quality reports that are drafted and prepared by the operatives of the State Security Agency. So one can speak to that. As regard the substantive part, that is obviously another issue that needs to be looked at. I did say, leading up to the events, the reports had not yet really fathomed precisely how the unrest was going to manifest itself. So that, in many, many ways, came as a bolt from the blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe just another thing that we need to take up with you is that the former Minister of State Security told the Africa panel she wanted to share some intelligence products with you, but did not get the opportunity to do so. You have any comment on that?
I did allude to that in my earlier answer, that I think without being facetious, to say that there are forever many ways for us in Cabinet to reach out to one another on a continuous basis. And so reaching out to one member of Cabinet and another can never really work on the basis that, no, I couldn't reach them, because there are many ways in which a Cabinet member can be reached.
Thank you very much. You alluded earlier to the fact that, and we accept that, the NPA is the institution that should decide who to prosecute and who not, and that the police obviously do the investigation, the hawks and so on. But it is of concern, as I pointed out earlier, that the masterminds have apparently not been identified. But on 14 March 2022, there was a News 24 report that I received via WhatsApp, that a senior police officer close to the investigation said that the police are seeking to bring treason charges against the former mayor of Gauteng Metro, cabinet ministers, former premiers, crime intelligence agents, SSA operatives, and members of the MKMBA. Nothing has happened since, but in view of the remark also by the Africa panel says the fact that none of the organizers or real instigators of the violence have been apprehended is a matter of concern. It's precisely what I said just now. It says if the President has received intelligence about the investigators, the question would be, why has he not assured the nation that the government will act on this matter? Consequently, they say, to establish trust, the President must inform the public if he is on top of the situation and what they can expect with holding any culprits responsible for the violence and looting. Is there something you want to share with the nation in that regard, Mr. President?
I also saw the same report that you have referred to. What I can say is that I know that investigations are underway. The police have been investigating, and I'd have shared with the nation before, that investigations are underway. And of course, everyone wants these investigations to be concluded yesterday. But these need to be given time, because they are complex investigations, and I think we should allow the police in all their workings to conclude these investigations, so that they can then come forward and say, this is what we have found. I don't know what they are finding. They will be able to disclose what they have found, and if there are any charges that can be preferred against anyone, either for treason, for fomenting violence or unrest, then the rule of law should take place. We are a constitutional state, so there can be no place to hide for those who could have perpetrated these types of acts that have led to the killing of 353 people. So where I stand now is that those who were responsible for instigating, for planning, for directing this unrest, certainly the long arm of the law will find them. I'm sure about that.
Thank you very much. And then the last two questions I'll put together. It appears that, okay, this is of course with hindsight, but it does appear that the Defence Force was deployed too late. The Africa report refers to it as a little too late. And that, you know, initially too few of them were deployed, and that it was also a bit of a mistake that they were only deployed at key points initially. That appears to be the situation. So you can answer that part for us, but also just the additional part is that the Africa panel said that the Cabinet must take overall responsibility for the July unrest and hold public office bearers who failed in their responsibilities to account. Now, you and the Cabinet accepted collective responsibility, but at the same time, you are the President, you are the head of state, the head of the National Executive, you the executive authority of the Republic in terms of the Constitution. You exercises that authority together with the other members of the Cabinet. You appoint the Deputy President and ministers, you assign their powers and functions, you may dismiss them. You appoint the military command, you appoint the police commissioner, you appoint the heads of the intelligence services. So in that sense, apart from collective responsibility, Mr. President, should you not also consider, as a person where the proverbial buck stops, as I think Harry Truman said, take responsibility as President in that capacity for the July unrest?
We've been very clear and unequivocal that we do take, as a government, responsibility, and to the extent that people want to split it all up, we would say, yes, we do take responsibility. And I think we did that up front without even mincing our words, without even seeking to hide from it, because there were lapses. There were lapses along the way. which we have recognized. And yes, as Commander-in-Chief, yes, I do take responsibility, because it is important that as we move beyond this, and as we bring about the reforms and the changes, we should know that we have been through a real horrendous period. We've looked into an area of real darkness, I would say, and we want to emerge from this a lot better, a lot stronger, which is precisely what we are doing now. With a view of ensuring that what we've been through never happens again, knowing exactly where the weaknesses are, where the gaps are, and so that's why we take responsibility for what happened.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. I see there are still 3 minutes left. No other questions? Then I'll thank the President. We actually, it was actually in the end possible, it seems, to have concluded his evidence, and the panel is very thankful towards him. The Human Rights Commission is very thankful towards you, Mr. President, for availing yourself. Number one, for, as I pointed out earlier, for heeding to the call to come to the Commission in terms of that constitutional responsibility. And I think also in terms of accepting responsibility as President for what has happened. I think that means a lot to the country, that you are indeed a President that acts in terms of the, or attempts at least to act properly in terms of the Constitution, that is adhering to the constitutional prescripts. We do want to thank everyone who's been here today, but also throughout the hearing. There might be, just to correct one thing, there might be, you know, 1 or 2 more witnesses that we will call, most probably online or so, if we find there to be certain gaps. But we are indeed moving towards the end of the proceedings of this inquiry. It has been a very extensive process, as you all know. Thank you to the media for covering it. Thank you for all the submissions we've received from many South Africans. But before, before that, Commissioner Nissen is just indicating to me, Mr. President, do you have any closing remarks from your side? We certainly done from our side.
Yes, thank you indeed. I just want to express my gratitude to the Commission, to the Commissioners, and indeed to the evidence leaders for this opportunity, rare opportunity I might say, for granting me this time to appear before you and to answer the questions that you had. The South African people look to institutions like the Human Rights Commission to act without fear or favor, to protect their rights and fundamental freedoms. And as a country, we are immensely proud of the work that is being done by our Chapter 9 institutions like the South African Human Rights Commission, to safeguard the rights of all, as I was saying, but most importantly, and especially those of society's most vulnerable. Now, as much as what happened in July was an assault on our democracy, it was also an assault on the people's rights to freedom and to security, to freedom of movement and freedom of association, and to freedom to trade, to occupy property. In some instances, people's rights to health and food were also violated. But more importantly also, as articulated earlier, it was a humiliating moment for many of our people. It's something that we regret deeply. Worst of all, for hundreds of people, the right to human dignity and to life itself was cruelly taken away. Now, even as we are here to examine the circumstances that led to what happened last July, the many lives lost is the greatest indictment of all. The events of July 2022 should never have happened. It must never be allowed to happen again. Now, as a country, we mourn those who lost their lives because they were somebody's parent, they were somebody's child, yes, they were somebody's brother or sister, and they were somebody's relative or friend. And we think also of those who are still living with the physical as well as the mental scars of what they saw and what happened to them. And we are deeply, deeply sorry about all that happened. Now, the people of South Africa look to government and to our security services to safeguard them and to safeguard the country, to protect them and to keep them safe, but also to safeguard the places where they live and to safeguard our democracy. For this reason, we affirm our responsibility as the state to implement with haste the remedial and the various corrective measures that are needed to make sure such events are not possible in the future. In my weekly message to the nation on the 26th of July 2021, I wrote, "The architects of our democracy were Asian, African, colored, and white men and women of great courage who chose the path of reconciliation over retribution and the path of peace over war." As we strive to heal from this collective national trauma that was most humiliating, let us stand as one, let us overcome our differences in a pursuit of common goal. Let us work together to forge a common future in which everyone has an equal share. I think these words are apt also in this context. Much was lost in the 8 days of July 2021, and much has to be done to rebuild our lives, our economy, and our livelihoods. We are still rebuilding, not only with bricks and mortar, but also the fragile relations between our communities, because the relations in a number of parts of our country are still very fragile. We are determined to heal from the collective national trauma wrought by these events, and these hearings form, in my view, an integral part of the healing process that we must go through. It's cathartic, but at the same time, we've got to go through this healing process to get to that moment of healing. We also know there can be no healing without justice. We will spare no effort to ensure that the instigators and perpetrators of the violence are brought to book. It has been 18 years since the conclusion of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings into the atrocities of the apartheid era. Just like the TRC, these hearings also form an important part of what I would call the historical record and will help us come to terms with a painful chapter in the life of this nation. And I recall the words of the then chairperson of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the late, who said, "Giving the emotion of a name is the way we come to understand what happened, affected us." After we've been told the facts of what happened, we must face our feelings. We are each hurt in our own unique ways, and when we give a voice to this pain, we begin to heal it. Close quotes. Yes, we have all been hurt by what happened. And as said earlier, we've also been humiliated by what happened. But let it never be that hurt or humiliation turns us against each other or on each other. Like all South Africans, it is my hope that these hearings will contribute to a process of healing for those who have testified here, for the many who could not but who have followed the proceedings, and for the families who have lost their lives and their loved ones. We have learned many lessons, but we also saw our faith in humanity restored by those who stood against looting, by guarding the shops, those who helped to deliver food, and others, many traumas of our past. In time to come, let it be said that our determination to rebuild, that we stood as one, that we managed to transcend the fire breaks of race and class in pursuit of the common good, that we united for the good of our country. I am therefore grateful for having been given this opportunity to be part of this process. It isn't often, as I said, also as you also said, that a president will appear before the Human Rights Commission, and I've done so with great humility, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for those closing words. And this hearing is then... Advocate Lotz, you have anything to say?
Yes, just a quick logistical issue, Chairperson. It's an important message. The President and his team and VOC will remain on this floor for lunch. Everyone else will proceed to the 13th floor, where lunch will be served. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. President, we know you have a tight schedule and have to leave, but you're very welcome to stay for lunch. Our proceedings is adjourned. Thank you.